Oh. Okay. I caught the reverb before it happened. All right, welcome everybody. Tonight is Tuesday, July 2nd, in the heat of the summer. And just like to welcome everybody to our joint workshop between the council and the Parks and Arts Commission. So welcome everybody. I think everybody's been introduced and we all know each other from the last one. Yes. So we'll go ahead and get started. I don't know who's going to be the ringleader tonight. Nancy? All right, so we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thanks for having us. And this is our first workshop. Yeah.
All right. So why does you just, I guess I'm thinking of something else. So you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves to everybody here at the council?
Noelle?
Oh, sure. I'm Noelle Oderson Leparco.
Am I on?
I'm Noelle Oderson Leparco.
Great.
Nancy Hill.
Katie Ferris.
Sean Barr.
Great. Welcome. Thanks for serving. You guys really appreciate your work.
And Jen Camp, our wonderful advisor, is here. We have several people that couldn't make it because they're already starting the fourth festivities and they send their apologies. But for tonight's conversation, I want to make the most of our workshop time. I've created this little outline you'll see in the top of your packet that you have. And then there's some supporting documents that will go through the unfunded projects for council, how those were ranked in the survey, some additional information on parks and arts, then our draft strategic plan with some of our projects that are under discussion. You're pretty much familiar with our highlights that we've accomplished so far, and I'm not going to spend any time tonight going over those because we're coming every month and we appreciate the time to get in front of you and to share the fun stuff we've been doing. But as we look to the future, we've been talking about our strategic plan, which we've been working on a draft. We'll be finalizing that at don't rush September, at our August meeting so that we can get the budget over in time for you folks to review it. So we'll be discussing that, and we have a lot of public input in components of how we want to move forward as a commission. Then we want to know how our plans align with your plans, because you have some on your unfunded list that would resonate with the Parks and Arts Commission as well. And then how do we, council and the Parks and Arts Commission, work together in moving forward? We'd really like to be involved in some of the master planning that impacts, our work, like the Town Hall Square is a good example. Public works projects, such as the new library and how art might be incorporated in that. And then how you guys can share information with us. If you have an idea, I know Wendy's been to us before and given us some input, but what would that look like when you get information from constituents or you have a brainstorm of your own, what that might look like as we go down the process, and it would come through us for the vetting through the Parks and Arts. So we're going to start out by looking at our strategic plan, which is the next to the last page of your packet, if you want to turn there. And Noelle is going to talk a little bit about our 2025.
Right. So for 2025, we're still considering a couple of components of the Liberty Lake Together art. One of them being the Kramer Parkway art installation. We're thinking about a sculpture there. We need to review our call to artists on that. For the Kramer Mission Roundabout, we're still considering some landscaping there. Waiting on a DOT release for the utility boxes around Kramer and Legacy Ridge.
No, you're going
incorrect. We would like to continue talking about a story walk installation on the outlet trail that runs along Trailhead Golf Course down Liberty Lake Road. Planning more beautification projects, maybe more graffiti barrels, rotating trailhead art wall, some bike racks at various parks and different locations throughout town, and some more benches. Programming schedules a little bit to be determined. We're considering a couple of more Smarty boards at Rocky Hill and Pavilion Park. I personally love Orchard Park and have been monitoring the activity of the Smarty board at Orchard Park, and people seem to really enjoy it and are utilizing it. As far as the Pavilion Park Playground structure, we discussed last night about having a little more community input on that project, whether that's by email surveys or social media, or maybe even a survey in the splash. Who knows? We'd like to have a little more community engagement on that project and see what the members of the community would like as far as that playground restructuring.
And for those of you that don't know about the playground, that equipment, according to Gen Camp and the replacement schedule, is due for a replacement. And one of the items is that the equipment that's there now, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, is for 5 through 12, it's rated. So we don't have anything that's rated for the little kids, so the little kids play on the big kids stuff. And it seems like in the other parks, we have it for all age groups. And one of the goals of the commission, which I'm sure you would share, is we want the parks to be inclusive for everyone. And we really need it so that it's in line of sight. So if I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, I don't have to go to 2 separate ends of the park and somehow juggle that, which is impossible, as we all know. So those are some of the things that we're talking about and what the community would really want to see, and if they would, agree with that analogy.
So may I elaborate?
Yes.
Currently, the project is on the CFP for next year to the tune of 120,000. It is on the asset management plan and is slated for replacement next year to the tune of 120,000. That is for a like in kind replacement. So that would be for a 5 to 12 structure replacement. It actually turns out that it will be a little bit more than that, just for a like in kind. And so the question is going to be, do we expand the playground? That existing footprint will not fit a 5 to 12 and a 2 to 5 structure. By risk management standards, there has to be a certain amount of footage separation between 2 structures, and that park is not big enough the way it is. So the question will be in all of the future discussions here in this next few months, few weeks, is do we replace like in kind to the tune of 130, 140,000, or do we renovate that playground? These structures last, their life expectancy is 20 to 25 plus years. So it is a big undertaking. And I think the Parks and Arts Commission, would like to involve the community as staff. Over the years, I've heard a lot of input, a lot of phone calls. Why don't we have swings? How come we don't have different play equipment? What can we do differently? So I think it's an opportunity to involve the community and really make something special out of this area. But again, it's going to be open for discussion. So.
Yeah, and again, the footprint is a major concern because we're constricted by the geography of the park, and the Fallen Heroes Circuit course is right there. There is some little area on the other side of the sidewalk, but not really much. And there's an unused kind of basketball court over that way. And how do we expand that footprint? Do we move the Fallen Circuit course across over to the other side of the sidewalk? Do we move the whole playground to a totally different spot? I mean, there's a million different things to think about when you think about the project, but I think we need to reassure ourselves that the end goal of the community is that we have the all-inclusive, we have something for everyone, we have it in a manageable way for parents, and always keeping safety in mind. And I don't know if you folks have received any feedback, but I do think a few public meetings, you've seen the kind, I saw one in Scottsdale this winter when they had the Post-it notes on what gave them the most energy. It was kind of fun and engaging for the public to see what they want. And I'm sure there's a million other venues, and community engagement can help us as well. But it's going to be a big project, and, we would definitely need your input and support as we're talking about, a major expenditure that we're going to live with for a long time. We've also looked at programming, and we haven't done a lot in programming, but we have some opportunities. And we discussed the other day that maybe with our new basketball court murals, we could bring in some celebrity area basketball players and do some kids camps. You know, there, we could do some energy around that. And then Katie, you had some ideas about bicycle safety workshops, and this is our resident bike person. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, I think all of you know I turned in a new application for the bike-friendly community to the National Bike League. And it was really eye-opener to see like all the different areas that we could get more input and improve as we're developing as a city. And I know we're gonna have a new public works director come on that's working with streets. So we'd really like to get a bike pedestrian safety plan, master plan along with the streets, as you know, things are developing here in the future. And so, you know, as far as there's a lot of bikers in our community that can give research, and we're going to try to have a bike advisory committee that can give information to the parks committee. So really focus on bike and pedestrian safety. And I know all the community's really interested in that too. And there's a lot of different things you can do around bike safety. You can have specific workshops where you're kind of like a bike rodeo, or there's traffic gardens you can do at some of the parking lots in elementary schools where it's a miniature street where younger kids practice how to, you know, stop a stop sign, signal, all those kind of things. I've worked with the fire department and SCOPE putting on bike safety assemblies at the different elementary schools around. And so there's a lot of different things you can do to help encourage bike safety education. So, and another art, we were talking about functional art. And so that would maybe be like an artistic bike rack. So I don't know if you've seen the giant bikes that are really colorful, and then people can lock up their bikes to the giant bike, you know, something like that. That's kind of more fun and friendly in the parks or different places around our community. So we're kind of looking at that. There's benches that are made.
There are a couple of those in
Yeah.
Coeur d'Alene. There's
Yeah.
one that's an octopus, and each leg of the octopus is a rack for the bike. There's one that's like a spoon and fork on top of each other that you can
Yeah.
lock your bike up
Super fun.
to. I think that's a great opportunity for functional art in town.
So, I mean, then there's a lot of opportunity for that. And then the programming part, having the clinics, maybe there's an opportunity, Katie said, where SCOPE might come in and be able to give away some free helmets. And then Mark had contributed last night that when the public works director come in, there's a street, and what was that?
So there's two things. There's a pavement master planning effort that's programmed, and there's also a sidewalk and trail master planning effort. And those two things can easily dovetail with a bike facilities plan.
Right. And so we're really looking forward to the public works director coming in and taking advantage of that individual working on that plan and meshing so that we have good bicycle safety in town. And another programming idea, just to make Liberty Lake a little more fun. And John, why don't you share your idea?
Sure. During COVID, I worked with the former library director, and we had a garden contest, and we had pretty good submissions for kind of the only advertising was off the library website. But so I went to went and saw the current library director and asked her if we could restart that up again. And of course she said yes. And I actually have some posters here that I made I can distribute, so you can hand them out as you have a chance. But I guess the QR code that I put on here for the further information, I was just talking to David and he said it was too small, so I might have to redo the posters. But you came and Chris, when he came and spoke to us about about Stephen Liberty, I took the liberty of making the Stephen Liberty Founders Trophy for the for the contest. But it actually ends August 20th, so then we could have I'm gonna see if I can get some prizes donated so people would be more interested in participating as well. But hopefully it will go over I think it should go over pretty good.
Well, people do love their gardening. And for those of you that don't know, John is responsible for the beautiful garden in there in front of the library. That's his baby, right?
Yes. Yep.
And this, I enjoy it every day. So thank you for that. So the strategic plan, as we look forward into 2026, we haven't forgot about the beam mayor from the trailhead. We think that might be a great for an indoor bench in the library or a couple, because it could be divided in half. So we have that on our 2026 plan, and we've continued to keep the Pavilion Park updates. We've had some also ideas of boulder art, which one of our commissioners had seen when they were traveling, and whether it would end up in Pavilion Park or maybe Rocky Hill Park, I don't know. But we're looking into that as kind of a fun, interactive thing. I mean, when you look at the description of what we're doing, a lot of our art, it can be functional. It can be interactive. If we have the opportunity to do work like with the library building, it could enhance the visit to the customer, and it could be something outside even that children could, interact with. And there's just so many opportunities. And then if you'll notice in 2027, we just have some placeholders there, but we do have a goat statue. We keep thinking we need a goat statue somewhere. So maybe at some point that will become part of our Liberty Lake Together project, because the goats do kind of bring us together, which is kind of cool. So when we look at how do we interact with you folks and the unfunded projects on page 2 of your handout, you'll see on your projects there, I mean, the message board we could be involved in. The senior center, that's probably not us. The dog park has created some interest. I was telling Mark yesterday at our meeting that, we go through these lists of things that we want, and there's, on your list is baseball fields and parking lot expansions and gardens and another Fallen Heroes course. And what we really need is land. Does anybody have any spare land? Because when we look at our parks, they're starting, I don't want to say they're built out, because there's always room to be creative, as we probably are going to have to do at Pavilion Park for the playground. But at some point, we're going to need land. I mean, we're all really curious about what the town hall master plan process is going to look like. And
Town Square.
Town Square, Town Hall, Town Square. Do we move town hall there? I don't know. The Town Square master plan, what that's going to look like, because the farmer's market is so vibrant and active. It would be nice to have an extension of that people can enjoy. But so we looked at your unfunded list, and then we looked at how the community had ranked some of the other items when you did the survey, and the community pool was number 1, and then the senior center, and then the town square and the bike lanes and the Rocky Hill splash pad. I don't know what kind of energy you guys are having with that, but it is our only park that doesn't have a splash pad. It seems to me, and Jen, if Rocky Hill is a little less congested for an expansion of some sort, but maybe not. I don't know. Again, it's about land. Disc golf, I know we have one. That might be something that we could work on together. The dog park. We mentioned there's parking lots, community gardens, the Arboretum, all the development that's in there. And of course, the baseball fields, which again, land, and then the message board. So I don't know what projects are you interested in us focusing on? What has energy that resonates with you, and how can we work together on that? How do you see that happening?
This is more of an open forum, so go ahead.
I'll just
Yeah.
chime in, excuse me, real quick. First of all, I want to thank you guys for all the work that you do. Really appreciate it. When was it you, Nancy, who brought up the goat idea? At our session last week, our council retreat, I made the comment that I wish we had something in the city that the city was known for.
Mhm.
So, when you go to Coeur d'Alene, obviously, people know the Million Mudgies.
Yes, the moose, yeah,
Yeah,
that little
the moose
mouse.
and the mouse, right?
Yeah.
And then people know that the big, wagon is in downtown Spokane, that's where it's just kind of an icon.
Yes.
So I made the comment of trying to figure out something that our city could be known for. People will say, oh, those are the things that are always in Liberty Lake. So when you brought up the idea of the goat, it just kind of triggered something in my mind to talk about perhaps maybe you do more than one.
Mhm.
Maybe there are giant goat statues all over the city. I'm just throwing out ideas here, so don't throw tomatoes. But I mean, maybe it's a thing where, it's kind of like the Million Mudgee statues in Coeur d'Alene, where we're known for having the big goat statues everywhere. And you kind of have a city play along where kids go to one goat statue and then it leads them to another and it leads them to another. This is kind of a long-term plan, I realize,
Right,
but that's one thing that just kind of triggered when you said that to me. I think the other item that I brought up last year that I continue to hear about is additional baseball fields. But again, like you said, Nancy, I'm not sure how we accomplish that because of the land issues that we have. And I'm not sure where those would possibly go. I do know that during the spring and early fall to late fall seasons, every single night, we got teams playing on those fields. And the Liberty Lake League has come to us and told us basically that they have no place else to go and that some of their teams are practicing over in Spokane Valley. Well, I hate to lose that potential revenue of a team that wants to have a game and then go to the pizza parlor afterwards. So I wish we could figure out a way to add another baseball field or two. And instead of us sending our teams to Spokane Valley, it'd be the other way around, where Spokane Valley was sending their teams to us. And we had the nicer fields and a place for them to come and play and then, eat dinner afterwards or before. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up the baseball fields because we were talking about sort of a deficit last night. Noelle, you brought it up and it resonated with me that we don't have any real green space on what I would call the west end of town. So towards Ridgeline High School, we have the apartments. I know Legacy has some little pocket parks, but it's not a real space where you can run and stretch your legs and throw a frisbee or hit a baseball. And I don't know if there's any opportunity for land, but that's something where you could have a park and the focus could be some green space and then it could be baseball fields if it was a large enough space. And I was wondering if there was any, I know the school district has a bunch of land. Are they going to use it all? Oh, and
So I'll chime in. I've already put a plug in with Dr. Parker, and he and I need to still follow up with each other. And now I know where he lives, so I can always go knock on his door. He's just down the road here. But about you're talking about something similar like what we did with the land over where Liberty Creek is now with
Right.
that kind of deal. So I forgot how many acres are over there, but I have kind of put that bug in his ear to be continued. But to have, there's already baseball fields and whatnot there from the high school. What a great way to continue that with some sort of, I don't want to say complex because that gets really spendy. But it is worth following up on that conversation. I will report back to you guys when he and I finally get our heads together.
Yeah, and if that happened, maybe we could have some green space or something around it and that folks on that end of town could really enjoy.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I look out on that area
Yeah.
all the time between Country Vista and Kramer
Yeah.
and even around Selkirk. There's a little bit of land, but I don't know if it's.
I think trying to make a
If
deal
it's
with the school
possible.
district would probably be an easier thing than trying to get land donated from that commercial space. Just a thought. But there is still open land and it can't hurt to open those further conversations with those parties as well. We know Greenstone's been very generous in the past with donating land for parks. So
Yeah.
I think
And they're
specifically,
gonna- sorry.
Central Valley School District surplus objectives are coming quickly. So just to kind of be aware of and have conversation with school district officials regarding how their land arrangements are coming together. So it's obviously an interest of the school district to maximize the value of the property, but park space within that is something that the city would be definitely interested in.
Mhm.
So awareness of that, Nancy, would be a great thing.
Okay, good, thank you.
Good, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for being here tonight. I really appreciate the ability to get together and come up with these ideas and stuff.
Can you get closer to your mic, please?
Yeah, if anything, I would like to be able to encourage the council is to give more funding to the Parks and Art and allow your group to be more aggressive on what you want to accomplish on here. I know that we're developing a lot. There's going to be a lot of land that's going to be developed as time goes on. It would be great if we had more land. Now's the time to start looking for something like that. We have the assets to do so. But also I'll use an example. The goat statue came up in 2017. We first started talking about that. And although I think all of those are great, I would have loved to have seen it already there. And I think we can do that if the council rallies to give you the funding that you need and also a little more free hand to be creative on some of these things and get back to us on a quicker basis that we would like to expand some of this. I think the city has grown substantially in our employees and having a little more management that I think might be able to monitor something like this. I know with Spokane being involved there over the period of years, what I find interesting is that the two items that are the number one photographed things in Spokane is the red wagon and the goat. Because the goat sucks up
Right, the trash.
garbage, so all the kids and stuff goes to it. What I would encourage the city to look at and allow you guys to look at aggressively is to not so much plan on the land we don't have or the land we have is not developed and what we might do with art. Let's move with what we have now in land. Because then we already have momentum going.
Mhm.
And we can look at as this additional land comes on, or we develop different properties, we can say we already have this under our belt. And we don't have it on the list for 5 years down the road.
Right.
So I'm out giving you guys more control and funding to put this on fast track.
All right, well, thank you. We appreciate that. The goat, that is an interesting idea because the goats are in Rocky Hill now and people are just drawn to them like magnets and it's so cool. I was just imagining when you guys were talking of this mountain in the middle of a roundabout with a goat climbing to the top or something. And then we're doing the whimsical map as part of the art in Trailhead. And even if it was already done, we could have the artists come back and add the little goat on the map.
Yeah, I think we had Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Ball.
So I'm all about the goats. When I was at the AWC conference, the keynote speaker, and then he did another session. I bought his books because I was just kind of inspired by his message. And one of the things that he said is that the city sends love letters to its citizens through art. And one of the things like the Millie and Mudgee, the mice on Main, I think it's in Greenville, South Carolina. They're like these mice, little mice all over. And it was like a $2,000 investment from the city and people go to try to find these mice. And now there's like a book series, like it ballooned into something else that the town is known for. And the mayor and I were talking about at the AWC, because I mentioned this and we're talking about golf balls, but I think goats is a way better. But being able to find small ones and big ones and different size ones all over. So I love the idea of that. And so when I was walking around Vancouver, one of the things that I did start to notice more art in the city, like how the curbing around a median, that's not the right word, the curbing on a sidewalk that butts in the cars at an intersection, there was this big frog in there, and flowers all over. And it looked really nice. And then there were other buildings that had murals with different things about like living in Vancouver. And I wonder if instead of focusing just on land, are there partnerships we could develop with some of our businesses where maybe, and I don't work at Safeway, I don't know, but could we put a mural on the side of the Safeway building or some other place, right? That popped in my head, no filter. But are there places around the city where we could strategically put some art like that? So yes, like goats, like art. And I hope that as you guys are thinking about these things that you do come forward with what you need to make some of those things happen, because I like the creativity. And once I did start paying attention, it was everywhere and it was really cool. And those are the things that make people want to stay here and live here and come visit here because those are the fun, unique things about Liberty Lake or wherever you're at. You had some other things that you guys talked about. The pavilion park and the play structure. As a parent, one of the things that I've noticed is that my kids and other kids play on the fallen circuit thing. And my kids have fallen off of it and gotten hurt. And so I wonder if there's a way to still have that there, but maybe not next to the little kids, because the elliptical thing, that thing scares me with the little kids. And then as far as your community engagement, there were, I think we have a lot of events coming up. I mean, like the 4th of July is too soon, but is there something you guys could do at Barefoot in the Park? Is there something you guys could do at Winter Glow? We have a lot of events coming up that I think we could capitalize on QR codes with surveys or having some, you know, the sticky note pad thing that you're talking about. I think there's ways to do that where we have a lot of people just coming in anyway. What else?
We could probably put together a poster at the concession stand, even on movie nights.
Well, yeah, I
with
mean,
QR code.
yes.
That would be easy.
What would you like to see over here?
Mhm.
Do you want little kid stuff? Do you want big kid stuff? Yeah, I think thinking about placement of the park too, like some shade would be nice, so that the slides aren't hot on small butts.
Well, and I think the community engagement is looking at upping their presence at those events as well with one of the 2 tents being set up there. So that'd be a great joint effort between the 2 commissions.
And we're actually having a booth at Barefoot in the Park, and we usually have the rock painting, but we are going to be next to community engagement and hopefully the police department, because we're also going to bring a scope in, and that's bike helmet thing. So that might be a really fun time to do the Post-it note thing. If we had some kind of a backdrop where people could write a Post-it note, what's their dream for Pavilion Park, says we'll be in Pavilion Park.
So that's like exactly what the city of Snohomish did but they had the kids do it. So they had like this carnival that was set up and they did it with their comprehensive plan. But I think if you're talking about a park, you're probably going to get a lot more buy-in from the kids. But if you guys are doing rock painting and some of those things, maybe the kids could talk about what kind of park they'd be interested in.
Right. No, I think it's a great opportunity because, it's very well attended and our booth is hopping because we usually give out the little wristbands for the jumpy thing. So everybody comes to see us.
And then the last thing that I just wanted to mention that you asked what we were interested in doing and myself, I think the community talked a lot about the pool. That was their number 1 interest. So I would like to have people like your commission and the Community Engagement Commission out there looking at how that is something that we could make happen. What sort of partnerships do we need to have with donations or crowdsourcing or those sort of things? I don't think the city has to pay for everything. And I still think that we aren't talking about an aquatic center like it was in the past. I was just dropping my daughter off at camp and we're like a pool where kids can go and cool off in the summer. And kids can, parents can leave their kids for a couple hours and go run some errands and the kids can have a great time and sleep well. So if there's some work that the community could do to bring some of those ideas forward and think about where it could be and how it could be funded, I think that would be really important work, especially because, budgets change, money changes, our resources change. We're talking about the library, we just did the trailhead. So I think that there's, from my perspective, some caution with wanting to spend more money in that way, if that makes sense. But I think people want a pool, so how can we do it?
Right. Makes sense.
Councilmember Ball, I think you were next.
So I have a couple of comments. I like the idea about the events, particularly garden tour. Now, I know in Coeur d'Alene, they do a huge garden tour every summer. And actually you have to pay to go through it. So it might be a source of revenue, but are you talking private homes, John? Yeah. Yeah, because they're opening up their home and their yard to people. And, I think it should be really high level gardens, spectacular gardens. I wouldn't know what that is because I have a black thumb, but I love to go look at it. So, but $15, $10, whatever, it could go toward what you guys want to do. So that's a good idea. And also events like the bike thing. I like that too. Here's an idea though. the skate park. Most kids that are skaters, everybody looks at them, oh, those skaters are all a bunch of bums or whatever. Why not do something fun for them? Like bring in a, not Tony Hawk, but somebody that's quite good. And, huh?
Chris Andresen from Bike Hub.
Oh, is he good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I mean, just,
He's in the parade, that's gonna be on the 4th. The
uh-huh.
golf carts. I saw him last year doing tricks on his bike.
Well, no, I'm talking the skaters, the skateboard guys.
Skaters or bikers.
Okay.
tricks, too.
Yeah,
I know those guys.
Yeah, these, the extreme
I'll get
things
one of them.
that, the kids like, and just to kind of give the kids something a role model, so to speak, and what interests them. So I don't think we should leave the skaters out. And then I do like the idea about the goats. A question about the Pavilion Park Playground. Jen, you said it's aged out. Is that correct?
It's exceeded its life expectancy.
Yes, but is it safe still?
Yes, it is safe. It's been monitored by risk management on an annual basis. It
Oh.
is safe,
Okay.
but we don't want to wait till we get
No.
to the point that it is not.
No. Okay, and then the other thing, I do like the idea, your idea about murals on buildings like Safeway or I was just in my hometown, Anchorage, Alaska, not too long ago, and there's big ones. There's a Stephen Weiland on the side of the old J.C. Penney, and there's all kinds of huge murals and mini cities. So anyway, that's a great idea too, and you don't need land for that, just permission. So that's it.
Councilmember Van Orman.
Thanks. Well, I love all these ideas. A lot of them I remember way back when, so we're cyclical again. 1996 is when we put up the first Pavilion Park. So yeah, it's a little aged. Have you thought about when you were talking about doing another story walk? How about doing our story, Liberty Lake story, history, going through as you go through the trails, and you can continue it on through the Arboretum too.
That's an interesting idea.
Me and my Arboretum.
Yes.
Talking about the Arboretum, I've got these for you. We are starting the paper project, but love the idea of the goats. You know how Riverfront Park has the clock tower. Every city has a focal point of where to meet. And we could do that in each section of the city. So excited about seeing the things that are coming. And you guys are dynamic. Each one of you, I'm just like, wow.
We have a great group of commissioners. Everybody brings their own unique perspective to the table, and our dialogue is exhausting, and sometimes we talk too long, right, Jen?
All I can say is when I retire, I want to come on your board.
Well, thank you.
Well, we haven't heard from Councilmember Dunn, and Councilmember Spencer is online. So Councilmember Dunn, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nancy, for me, what resonates is the protected bike lanes. I'll draw attention to some of the thoroughfares in our city: Moulter, Country Vista, Sprague, Mission, and Appleway. Each of these with well-presented painted stripe bike lanes. But I think statistically, there's evidence to support that physical feature separation, curb-like features, protection, I think deters injury and creates a greater feeling of safety for riders. I just encourage you guys to get together with city staff and upcoming public works direction to see what's possible and what's reasonable and what's functional as far as snow removal and all the other things that we deal with. But some way to create physical barrier separation on the bike lanes and the busy streets of our community, I think would be of great value. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Spencer, do you have any comments? And thanks for joining us remotely.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, a couple comments. I love the idea of creating those focal points throughout the city. I love the goats, although I think if we are going to do goats, we got to have at least one big one that eats garbage better than Spokane, so that people come to Liberty Lake to take pictures with the goat. But you could also even theme it, even more geared towards Liberty Lake in that they could be golfing goats. You know, they could have golf clubs or something, you know, crazy. Again, just throwing ideas out there.
Oh my gosh, berets.
So no, the other thing is, you know, whether we want to do a splash pad at Rocky Hill, I'm kind of on the fence about whether we need to provide the exact same services at all the city parks or not. So, you know, I think, you know, we could have further discussion about that, but I think that's mostly what the thoughts I had.
Great, thank you. I was going to save this for my mayor's report, but since we're talking parks and arts, if you guys want to make note of the name of this park, I did a mobile tour when we were in Vancouver for AWC. It's the Chelsea Anderson Memorial Play Station, Marshall Park Playground. So the impetus behind the original park was the daughter of a firefighter drowned in the family pool. And as a catalyst to help get them through that, they did a fundraiser and they built a park in her name. Many years went by and the park was disrepair, living its lifetime. And so the city and this group got together and came up with the help of Harper's Playground, which is a group that works on inclusive playgrounds. They called it a radically inclusive, fully accessible public outdoor play space. They did it on 1.5 acres. And what it is, where you see some of these play structures and they encourage individual play, or just, you know, playing with your friend. What they have are structures that encourages play together to help have that interaction between kids that don't know each other, accessibility and inclusive for kids of all abilities, and of, you know, any physical, socially, emotionally inviting for other users and abilities. They got rid of the wood chips because they are, while they are ADA approved, they are not really compliant, because the one said, you know, my son's in a wheelchair. He can't get his wheelchair through those wood chips. So they bagged in favor of turf with AstroTurf with the pad beneath. They have unstructured place. Again, like I said, others. They had
Your microphone's cutting out for some reason.
Uh-oh, hello. It's cutting out. Do we have another? Thank you. We'll get a new battery. Is that better? Okay. So this was a huge project. Like I said, it was on 1.5 acres. It came with a $4 million cost. They had no budget. They raised $1.2 million in donations in 3 years toward it, and the city came up with the rest. But there's all kinds of videos and things out there, but they had amazingly innovative structures. Even, you remember when we were little, and what they call the merry-go-round, we would sit on it and get sick and fall off of it and fall under it and get hurt and everything. They had one built, you know, it was kind of into the ground a little bit, so you like couldn't fall under it like we used to when I was a kid. But it was made for wheelchairs to fit on it, so that you can roll the wheelchair up to it, and the bar comes down behind it, and the kids on the wheelchairs could be part of that merry-go-round. It was so amazingly inspiring. So again, it's Chelsea Anderson Memorial Play Station, Marshall Park Playground. Obviously, I said their $4 million cost, huge. But, you know, it's something maybe to aspire to, and, you know, take into consideration, they had a smaller version of it at the park across from the hotel where we had the conference as well. So there are smaller versions of it. And Harper's Playground, the company who was behind all of this, is getting very well known. And I think, Jen, were you already having conversations with them or not? I can't remember. Okay, I wasn't sure. But it may be something that the council and the Parks and Arts Commission want to look at, if we really do want to have something that is everlasting, something that we are known for. I haven't been to the playground over by Marabou Park or by the YMCA. I don't know how that adds up, but it is definitely something to take a look at. And I've got some pictures too I can share if you guys want them.
And Mayor, that was located in Vancouver?
Vancouver,
Wow,
yes.
I'm going to be there in August. I might have to go play.
Definitely go take a look.
Thank you for sharing that. So I know we're coming up on the end of our hour, so I just want to make sure that we cover everything that it sounds like the council we would have a seat at the town square master plan when that goes into effect, which I know is coming up in a little bit in your schedule. And when we were talking about public works projects, like the library being one and the trailhead would be one, I know in some cities, when they have those, they set a percentage of the budget aside for art. So I was hoping that there could be some discussion among council about doing that. I don't know if it'd be like 1% or it could be 10%. No, I'm just kidding. But, is there an amount so that we make sure that everything we do has some kind of art? And like I say, if the budget gets tight, then it's functional art. A nice artsy bench or a stand-up workstation or whatever it is, I'm making stuff up, bike racks. Then we can still do it and still have art and still make it a fun, inviting place for our community. And we really appreciate you sharing all the ideas that you've had. But as you get ideas coming forward in the future, how I know there's rules about meetings and stuff. How will you share those with us? Like when we give our monthly report, or could you send us an email, or what would that look like?
Well, I might suggest, I know the Community Engagement Commission has come up with a form of sorts that they use to take input and for things for consideration. That might be a place to maybe start. So you have a formal way of tracking requests and evaluating and whatnot. So
Okay.
Don't try to recreate the wheel. Take a look at what they've got. Maybe it's something you guys can put to use and tweak it for your purposes. That way, you have a good tracking, who sent it and when, and instead of just, some people are calling, some people are emailing, some people are saying it during a meeting. That way you have one way to keep track of it.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Councilmember Kennedy and then Councilmember Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to jump back a little bit, I really would encourage you guys to become very aggressive on what you want to get accomplished. That some of the things that are on this list, which has been mentioned over the years. It's not like we don't have the time. It's not like we don't have the money, but like we don't have the desire. I think what we need is a cooperation from council with the funding that I kind of look at you guys. I look for inspiration from you. I looked at what you think the priority is, and that would become my priority to be able to move forward. So I think on this list, some things are practical that you think you can start on right away, because we know we have the funds there for it. Let's at least go for that. One of the things that has been on the future workshops that I requested to have on there is Kramer Parkway overpass signage. And it was very low hanging fruit, but why I put that on there is that fortunately, Betty and I have been fortunate to be able to travel quite a bit. And interestingly enough, we go through a lot of cities where there's overpasses. And what's interesting, the cities that we remember are the overpasses that have art on it. So that's why I brought that up. My idea would be, is that if it's something that we had an interest in, exclusively give that to Parks and Art and let them run with that.
Yeah.
Because as people travel through it, that you notice. What you don't notice is the towns you go through. But what you do notice is the art that is on that. And I know it's working with DOT, but obviously it works because they allow it.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You brought that up because when I came on the commission roughly 3 years ago, that was just all happening and we were talking about that. But there's no art there because the Parks and Arts Commission wasn't involved at the beginning of the project. And when we were asked way after the fact and we wanted to do something, then it was too late because of all the engineering costs and the weight loads for the bridge and all that stuff. So that's, one of the big messages I wanted to get to council is, can we be involved early? We weren't involved in Trailhead. And at the last minute, we were asked if we could put art on some wall. Well, and then as we were going, well, I don't know, what's the wall look like? And then no one knew. And then now there isn't even a wall. So if we could be involved at the beginning, then I think we can make those kind of things happen. Because I absolutely agree. Every time I go down the gorge and, I see the fish things. Yeah. Yeah, and so I know exactly what you mean, but that's a missed opportunity. If we wanted to add something, one, I don't even know if we could get it through DOT, and if we did, we'd have to pay extensively for massive engineering studies and all that stuff. We can do something on either end of the approach, but it's not something people on the interstate are gonna see about Liberty Lake when we go by. And so that's where, and the Parks and Arts Commission in the relatively scope of thing is a new commission. So it's getting to know each other and how we can work together and how we can make the projects happen by having the right discussions at the right time.
Right.
Yeah. So thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Okay, yep, Mayor Pro Tem's next, and then,
There, two quick
Yeah.
questions, or maybe one question and then one comment. I was kind of thinking the same thing that Councilmember Kennedy was thinking. I'm wondering if, when you guys come back with your budget request, if you could come back with one that's, cool, and then one that's warm, and then one that's on fire.
I mean, like A, B, and C.
Yeah, so that we can kind of see, okay, if we had this much, we could do this, and if we only have this, then we can do that. So I would really like to see a couple of different scenarios if possible, when you guys do come back. And then the second question is more for council, and we can discuss this when we're talking about the upcoming workshops. But I do think it would be worth having the discussion about whether we want to set a certain amount aside, maybe by an ordinance each year for this particular purpose. I mean, it doesn't have to be a huge amount, but I mean, the state does, I believe it's 10% on transportation projects, if I remember correctly. I'm not suggesting 10%, but maybe, as you said, Nancy, maybe it could be 1 to 2%, and maybe it could be the sales tax or whatever. But I do think it'd be worth us having a conversation about it.
that had come up years ago. I know Councilmember Dunn had introduced that. Lot of discussion. It never came to pass, but great to bring it back. to look
There's a
at.
lot of examples from other cities, that's for sure.
Councilmember Kurtz, and then we're running up on time.
Kind of the same vein as Mayor Pro Tem about how can we build in something that's sustainable for art. One of the things that I heard a little bit about, but it was surface level, was about establishing an art district. So that might be something for you guys to consider as well. And then regarding the goats, I'm hearing a lot of interesting goats. I would like the budget ideas that Mayor Pro Tem is talking about. I want to know how much a goat is, because depending on how much they are, I mean, I would sponsor one for the city, right? So I think there's people who might be willing to contribute to that and contribute to the art in the city. If you guys can give us some idea of what those things cost.
Yeah, the world's largest goat at Town Square.
We might be able to get a sponsor for that.
Yeah.
Well, if a goat costs what a sculpture is, we have a $20,000 call for artists for a sculpture for our Liberty Lake Together Kramer Park project, and we've had 0 bids.
Okay, it's crazy.
So, but
But
we'll
goats are
do the
kind of
research.
fun, right? Yeah.
Right?
So as a going away present, similar to the Moose in Coeur d'Alene, Cincinnati years ago did what they called the Big Pig gig. So you can look that up and look at the pictures as well. They actually had several different versions of these pigs, because Cincinnati is known for flying pigs. Don't ask me why, long story. But they had different versions of these flying pigs, and different organizations, people, companies adopted them, decorated them. They were on display, and then they auctioned each of them off as fundraisers. So another good fundraiser, for Parks and Arts as well. The cows. Well, Chicago started with their cows, I think.
Yeah,
So
people
it's-
have done,
Yeah. Yeah, so so we threw that idea around years ago.
But what I hear council talking about is something more permanent.
Well, I think they can be. I think some of these are still standing all
They're
over town.
fiberglass, I think.
Well, if we had
don't
like
remember.
temporary goats that people could buy to buy real permanent goats, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
all good stuff.
We'll have a whole herd.
right?
There you go. All right, I know we're running up on time real quick, Mayor, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I might encourage you guys to look back. You had quite a turnover over the years in your organization. I think Jen would be a good help here. When you guys were first formed, one of the first things that was being talked about was the goats. And when we're looking at artists, there was discussions with artists on what would be entailed to design and build some goats. So we do have, your organization does have some history there. So it'd be nice to maybe look back on some of the notes from previously, 2017 thereabouts. And I think probably save some time as we move forward.
Right.
Yay, goat.
Thank you. goats it is.
All right. Well, if you guys don't have anything else, you have
Oh,
any
we
closing
could
remarks?
talk for
Nancy?
hours.
I know we could, I know.
We appreciate your time and commission. I know that we are all having fun doing this and we're all behind the city and we want it to make an inviting a place that everyone will enjoy. So thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you for coming. Appreciate it. All right, we will dismiss until we start our regular meeting at 7 p.m. All right, welcome everybody to our Tuesday, July 2nd regular council meeting here in Chambers. We also have our Zoom component for those of you dialing in. We are going to go ahead and start off tonight with our invocation given by Councilmember Dunn, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
Father in heaven, we are grateful for this opportunity to come together as a community, to listen and speak of this place that we call home. Inspire in us imagination and wisdom to do what is right. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting to order. And we will start with the roll call. Councilmember Van Orman. Here. Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Ball. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Cargill.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Present.
All right, sounds like all are present and accounted for. So we've got the roll call done. We will move on to agenda approval. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as printed.
So, second. Do we have a second? Councilmember, we have a second from Councilmember Kurtz.
I have a change.
Okay. So you have a motion?
I make a motion that we take 10 general business C and move it to 11C.
Crap, I'm missing a page. Oh, okay. Move 10C. Sorry, I'm missing a page, everybody. 10C to 11C?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, do we have a second to the motion to move item 10C to 11C?
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Cargill, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of moving item 10C to 11C, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. So we have the motion passes to move 10C to 11C. We have motion on the, still open on the floor then to approve the agenda, right? As amended. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda now as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes. We have an amended approved agenda. All right. Coming up to citizen comments. This is quick tonight. So just a reminder, if there's anybody here in council chambers who'd like to make a comment, we have yellow sheets over by the back door over there. Please fill one out and get it to Kelsey Hardy at the end of the table over here. If you are online and would like to make a citizen comment, please send a note to our meeting host in chat and he will let me know. Reminder that there is a 3-minute limit. You can speak on any topic. Please be respectful. We like to maintain decorum, so we will hold you to that. If a meeting is the meeting is disruptive, we do have the right to remove that person or stop the comment. So we will go ahead and start with Tom Sahlberg, commenting on community engagement. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Neighbors, staff, electeds, and guests, Tom Sahlberg. The workshop tonight with the Parks and Arts Commission is a shining example of the way of what a citizen-led board that has been supported by city staff should work. As a charter member of that commission who still attends most of the meetings, I am so proud of the way that they work together and the work they've done for us. In my opinion, experience, and observation, the Community Engagement Commission is being micromanaged. The idea of the Community Engagement Commission came from citizens and was spearheaded by Councilmember Annie Kurtz. The chain of command in our own organizational chart shows that it and all boards and commissions is to be on the same level of responsibility as that of the mayor and the city council. It is not controlled by staff. It is to be supported by them by ordinance. It was interesting to hear that the current city manager agrees that the recent budget form is not a survey. The July-August Liberty Lake activity flyers omits the soiree and the mutt strut, which would not have occurred had the Community Engagement Commission actually been able to help develop it. You might say, but those are not city-sponsored events. Actually, there are several other non-city sponsored events that are on this. And actually, the soiree helps the Friends of the Library donate valuable supplies for our library. Admit it, it was a mistake. As is the forum that has now received only 9 comments that is supposed to be on the city page. And the 9-page survey. This is strike 3 in the most recent city communications. Why? Because the Community Engagement Commission was not involved. Page 7 of the splash reports that residents will be able to respond to surveys involving specific questions about the city budget, which includes a mock budget tool, which, by the way, was news to the Community Engagement Commission. So we all look forward to seeing these surveys and all future engagements with the citizens come from the Community Engagement Commission, so they can actually fulfill their responsibility and mission to study and submit recommendations to the mayor and city council, having been able to actually have input in the development of these community engagements. On another matter, after a 2-week delay, we look forward to the city council moving ahead with the approval for the mayor to sign the contract with the library renovation project manager and the work order for planning state services. Please remember that the 2019 library needs assessment, which had almost 500 detailed response from our citizens, can help guide this process. We're all in the boat together on this project. It is said that only the one not rowing has time to rock the boat. Let's get busy rowing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Brad Hamlet. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, mayor, Brad Hamlet, citizen of Liberty Lake. I also am on a board of trustee for the libraries, but I am not talking to you tonight as a board of trustee member. I'm talking to you as a citizen of this great city. So I'm here to encourage you to pass item 11A and 11B on your agenda tonight and put in motion the renovation of that building and the networking that has to take place in order to establish a new library. As has already been mentioned, the 2019 community assessment was attended by and involved over 500 community members. And in that community assessment, they definitely agreed that it was necessary for us to move forward with a larger library at build out, and the square footage would be between 16,000 and 19,000 square feet, of which this building fits into this new building. So the trustees did, though, give a report that showed the current status of the staff working in the current building and all the issues that lie therein. And also after that, the mayor, with her resourcefulness, found a building and brought it to the council, of which the council did agree to purchase that building as a possibility, not a possibility, as the new home of the library, renovation for the new library. So I encourage you to move forward with the project manager, so the project manager can help us continue on that journey to providing our community what they in 2019 said was very important to them, a bigger and better library to meet their needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so if there's anybody else in chambers, reminder, we've got our yellow sheets over there. Is there anybody online looking to make a comment? We do not have any. All right, just a reminder, there will be another opportunity for citizen comments at the end of the meeting. All right, we'll move on now to announcements, proclamations, and special presentations. Vista, I don't, oh. You're not who I was expecting to see.
Oh.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. We bring in. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, Council, for having Vista tonight to talk about the changes to our 2024 Wildfire Resiliency Plan. I'm Connor Lang. I'm Wildfire Community Safety Manager at Avista. Yeah, here to talk. Next slide. Or do I have a clicker? Okay. So the risk of wildfire is growing in our region. There's really no surprise about that. What we witnessed last year with our two fires, one in Medical Lake and up in Elk, just show the growing need for additional investment to reduce our risk of wildfire. So Avista is committed in our wildfire resiliency plan. It's a 10-year plan, and we're investing over $440 million into that plan to reduce the risk of wildfire in our region. Next slide. So this map is our WUI map, and it brings together several data sets to produce a risk score associated. So there's tier 3. I know it's kind of hard to see. I did blow up Liberty Lake specifically. So there's a little bit of tier 3, which is our highest risk feeders. And then orange is tier 2. And then the green is tier 0. And tier 0 doesn't mean no risk. It just means less risk. So in Spokane County in general, there's about 760 line miles of tier 2 and tier 3. So we definitely have some areas that are risky. Liberty Lake, not quite as much, but even surrounding Liberty Lake, there definitely is some risk associated. Next slide. So the 4 main areas of our plan include 1, grid hardening, and that is what we're doing to make our infrastructure more resilient. So that includes replacing wood poles with steel poles, replacing wood crossarms with fiberglass crossarms, putting mesh around the poles to make them more fire resistive. And then a new element that we're adding is this strategic undergrounding. So taking feeders that are above ground that are high risk and burying them underground to eliminate the risk of wildfire. So we have one project going on the South Hill for this year, and it's more of a test case to see how it goes, and then we will expand from there. The second element is our enhanced vegetation management. So we inspect 100% of our distribution lines for risk trees annually. And then we are committed within 6 months of having done that inspection and identified a risk tree to go and remove that to reduce our risk of something coming into contact with our lines. And then the third is situational awareness. So the big change this year for situational awareness is we are partnering with both DNR and Idaho Department of Lands on AI detection cameras. So they'll go up on mountaintops and they'll be on all the time, and they will spot smoke. They can identify smoke, and then it can send an alert to not only us, but our partners, so DNR and fire folks. And the goal behind that is to reduce the spread of wildfire, to catch them quickly, so that we can reduce the spread of wildfire. So we're excited about that, and that program will likely continue to grow in years to come as well. And then number 4 is our operations and emergency response, and these This is the element of the wildfire resiliency plan that's seeing probably the most changes for this year. And so that is changes to our enhanced fire protection settings, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and the addition of public safety power shutoffs as well. Next slide. So just giving a little bit of information about how we make decisions and how we analyze our system. So we have a fire weather dashboard shown on the right with all of our feeders, which is just the different electric distribution lines and how we classify them. And the dashboard looks out 7 days in advance and produces a risk score using the information on the left. So wind speed and direction, humidity, historic outage data, general fuel conditions. It brings all of that information and produces a risk score that helps us to make decisions when we need to. Next slide. Okay. So then talking about our protection settings. So a large portion of the year we are in green, so non-fire season, where if something comes into contact with the line and there's a fault detected, it will try to reclose, which means it will try to keep the power on. Reliability is the #1 component, and we want the line to try to get whatever's the fault off the line so that it can keep the lights on. And so that's when you'll see the lights flickering, that something has come into contact with the line and it's trying to eliminate that, that fault. Last Tuesday, so a week ago today, we moved into fire safety mode, which elevates safety and slightly reduces reliability for the wildfire season. And that is one attempt to reclose. So something comes into contact with the line, it will try to reclose once. If it can't get rid of the fault, it will turn off. And then we will have to patrol the line before we will re-energize to make sure there's not a permanent fault on the line or the line hasn't come down. The orange is extreme fire safety mode. So when a cold front or a warm front is blowing in, and we're going to see high winds and low humidity because it's been hot, then we will bump certain feeders depending on what the fire weather dashboard and the National Weather Service and DNR are telling us. And then we can bump up the sensitivity on our line and can make it more sensitive to a fault. So then when something comes into contact with the line, it's not even going to try to reclose. It's just going to de-energize because we don't want it hot when it hits the ground. So that is temporary. That's a temporary switch during it's storm specific. And then the last rung is now public safety power shutoffs, where if we don't believe that our enhanced protection settings are enough, we would actually go in and proactively de-energize a line or a segment of the line. We have the ability to sectionalize the line, so we don't even have to turn the whole thing off. Depending on where we've got reclosers, we can actually sectionalize a portion of it, reducing the impact to our customers. So the crux of this is that in most cases, we believe that our enhanced protection settings are enough. But public safety power shutoffs are now a tool of last resort for us. But it was a tool that we felt needed to be added to reduce the risk to our customers of a potential wildfire. Next slide. And as I'm here tonight, we have been doing a ton of outreach to fire districts, to emergency managers in all 16 counties that we operate. So we operate in both Washington and Idaho, trying to make sure that no one says, I didn't know that this was a thing. And one other thing that I do want to clarify is that you may have read a spokesman article that talked about rolling blackouts. That is not what public safety power shutoffs are. It is very strategic. It is not large areas. So I just like to provide that bit of clarification. and we've got some outage map enhancements where customers will be able to see if they're in a potential PSPS area. And they'll be getting notifications from us, and so will our public safety partners in lead up to a potential event. We've been working a lot with our medically vulnerable customers and our segment of life support customers. And we have a battery backup program for them to offer life support customers that are enrolled in our program and have gone through the verification process to give them a 3,000 watt Goal Zero battery to help them have more time to make decisions. It's not going to allow them to necessarily shelter in place for the duration of an outage, but it helps give them more time to make decisions. And then community resource centers, we are still in the process of getting more locations in communities to help set up community resource centers for public safety power shutoff events. But those would be places that would be energized, that would have air conditioning. They could get water, snacks, charge devices, charge medical equipment, and just have some reprieve from, the elements. And then as, we need to continue to emphasize individual emergency preparedness. We want people to be prepared. We want people to have a plan should they experience an outage during the summer or an outage at any point would be good. Next slide. And I will take any questions. I tried to move through that. I was told 10 minutes, so hopefully I did it, so.
All right, I think I see Councilmember Dunn's hand up first.
Could you roll back to the slide that had the tier 1, 2, and 3 mapping on it?
Yeah.
Super cool information. How are those tiers assessed? What is the, criteria, I guess, that separates 1 from 2 and 2 from 3?
Yeah, so I have something more specific in my notes. So there's a couple of different data sets that I'm blanking on the name, but it looks at basically where the intersection of people building houses and the wildland urban interface intersect with each other. So you may look at like DNR's WUI map and it will look different than ours because we're looking at it from our system perspective, and where there are more people living in that fringe is where we're going to see a higher risk associated with our system. So it takes a couple of different data sets, puts them together, and then, with our system itself, and then, evaluates them based on those tiers.
So to interpret the colors, green at tier 0 is the highest risk and purple at tier 3 is the lowest?
No,
Opposite.
flip-flopped. 0 is
Lowest.
so like you would expect downtown Spokane, much lower risk than the fringe, because you've just got a lot of concrete and asphalt in downtown Spokane. But as you move out on the fringe, we're going to see a lot more people living where there are trees, and therefore there's an increased risk of wildfire.
So the line features, it appears, really represent literally the path of right of way or lines that are being operated.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Councilmember Ball.
Okay, couple questions. So how do you alert people, like if they need to go, if they're in severe danger, how do you alert? How do you, is that your job or?
So I want to provide clarification. So even if we're having a public safety power shutoff, that's not the same as an evacuation. So, we're working with Spokane County emergency managers. They're going to be, if there's a wildfire, they're going to be providing their typical notifications of the ready, set, go evacuations. For us, we are going to be communicating with our customers. So we're going to be calling them. We're going to be emailing them. We're going to be putting it on our website, the outage map. We're going to be doing press releases so that KXLY or KHQ can pick it up, the radio. So we are going to be letting our customers know well in advance of them actually seeing their power turned off so that they can make decisions and decide what they want to do. So we built a whole communications plan around notifying our customers. You know, the big thing is that if we don't have the right contact information for them, so we've put out communications and in everything that we've tried to do, we've tried to point people back to update your contact information with us so that we can know that if we're calling or we're texting or we're emailing, that we're getting it to the right place.
Okay. And then, when you're talking about the people on the fringe where they're kind of getting into rural, do you do any outreach to, you know, encourage them to like clear the trees that are close to their home so they have a little bit of a safety barrier?
Yeah, so you know, we want to utilize the partnerships that exist. So DNR has a program, Red Cross has a program that they just started where they will work with individual neighborhoods, and they will come in and do assessments of, you know, oh, you've got your stack of wood right against your house. You need to move it away in your clear zone. And DNR has some resources that people can go onto their website and can see how much space do I need in between. So there are resources out there, and we will direct people back to those resources. We're not going to try to reinvent the wheel.
So on this map, the pink, or no, see the pink,
Mhm.
just kind of like northeast of Liberty Lake, where exactly is that? The pink's the high, right? Yeah.
Yeah, those are the transmission lines.
Ah, okay. Okay, all right.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Dunn.
Linda, I was just going to observe last year, Government Relations Melanie briefed this council on tree removal along the Channel Trail, which is largely Water District property adjacent Liberty Lake Road.
Mhm.
So yeah, Avista actively works to act on, I love the reference to trees in their inventory.
Mhm.
They have mapping and GIS that determines that specific trees are just on the watch list.
Wow.
They, are able to identify and acknowledge, yeah, that one's coming down, or yeah, that one's getting trimmed. So they're very active in that gesture, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too. Great.
Yeah, and we're you know, utilizing technology like LiDAR and drone technology to do more regular inspections of our lines and be able to identify, like you said, you know, are they tipped like this? If they're tipped like this, then we see it as more of a risk. And you know, we see with the quality of our forests declining that, you know, just doing it once every few years is not enough, because we can literally inspect a tree at the beginning of the year, and by the end of the year, it's now near the end. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
I was just gonna note, tier 3 level lines are really bisecting the city and significant portions of the south of Sprague, Lake Shore. When I study this map, it presents considerable, high risk conditions for wildfire. So it's just something to be aware of as a community on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know if Councilmember Spencer had any questions. Are you good? Okay. Looks like he's either good or looking for his butt.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thumbs up will work. Thanks. All right, I guess we have no more questions. Thank you so much for coming, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with Avista and the fire department and everybody else to
Yeah.
make sure that we're all safe.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are up to reports and inquiries. Let's start with City Council. Who'd like to go first? Councilmember Dunn.
At the June 20th Spokane Transit Authority meeting, CEO Susan Meyer announced her intention of retirement at the end of the calendar year. Susan Meyer has been the CEO of Spokane Transit for a considerable amount of time and has stewarded the agency to what I think is a really successful position it is today. She'll be missed for sure, and the board will be beginning a search process for her replacement. Also announced on that day for those of us who regularly try and get downtown on number 74, the STA is extending weekday service from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Starting in September, and then also introducing all-day Saturday service to 10 p.m. So residents of our community will be able to, in a very easy way, make it from our park and ride to downtown Spokane. I just have to recognize, I've sat in on several of the outreach meetings related to their comprehensive plan and strategic planning, and listened to residents who recognize that our community, specifically Liberty Lake, has a particularly well-served transit in strong contrast to many other regions of our county. So it's just, I would say, we are, in my opinion, very well served from at least our park and ride. And I just encourage everybody to take advantage of that. Get out of your car, take the bus. And be sure to come out to the movie tomorrow night, Goonies, right?
Yeah.
It starts at dusk.
I have never seen Goonies. Can you
There
believe it?
It's a
No.
10X favorite, come on.
I know. I'm behind. I'm behind.
It's a classic 80s movie.
All right, next, are there any other city council reports? Councilmember Kennedy.
Freudian slip through over the years, isn't it? I'd like to report on June 18th, 19th, several of the council members, including the mayor, were able to go to an AWC meeting in on the west side. It was well attended by a lot of the cities. We have 281 cities in the state. I can't remember the exact number, but it was pretty good representation that was there. I've gone to many of these over the years. I've made a point not to miss any of them if possible, because what I'm after is the education and reiterating what I've learned previously. I went in on Monday, which was a day or so early, and the reason being is that I find the real valuation of going to AWC meetings such as this is not just going to the program that they set aside and talk about. It's been able to meet with other council members in other cities. That has been the most valuable thing that I've ever obtained since I've been an elected official. The benefit is that we're a 21, 22-year-old city. The benefit of getting to know council members and mayors in the other cities have been around for 50 years, 100 years, is that how do they handle when they run out of development land? How do they handle when they no longer have developers building homes and that one-time money is gone and suddenly inflation continues to go? And then they start looking at not how their growth is, but how they can start cutting services. That's something that's very conscientious to me. It's something that I'm concerned about as a citizen, but also elected official. And that's why I go to these meetings. That's why I try to build a relationship with these other council members in other towns other than locally. I certainly encourage all elected officials to be able to do that. And even committee members have the opportunity of doing that with similar committees in other towns. Very valuable experience. Thank you.
Well, just out of curiosity, what was your favorite session?
Oh, this was a good one. Identifying, preventing, and resolving conflicts of interest for Washington municipal officials and staff. What do you know? That seems to be a thread that was through this whole thing. Would you agree, Mayor? It did come up a lot, is that what's important is that how we work together and how we affect as a team. Thank you.
All right. Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Kurtz.
I too went to the AWC annual meeting and I really enjoyed it a lot. I think for some of the same reasons that Councilmember Kennedy is talking about. I think sometimes when we're here, we think a lot about Liberty Lake and maybe a little bit of Spokane, but I think it really gives you a good picture of all the other cities of different sizes and what they're working on and the challenges they're facing. It was a good opportunity to do some networking. I actually went to the networking breakfast on the last day and completely missed the last session because this other guy from Snohomish and I, a council member, were sitting and talking, and an hour and a half later, I'm like, oh, well, whoops. But I had trouble choosing between some of the sessions, but one of the ones that I enjoyed was, it was called Community Catalyst, and it was economic development in small cities. Like I talked about in the earlier session, Love Where You Live, the keynote speaker, he had books. And so I'm excited to read a little bit more about his philosophy and how to translate to our city. Like I mentioned also that there was Snohomish. They did this Carnival's Ambassadors and More tools to increase engagement in the city. And so I think everybody knows I'm interested in community engagement. And so it was really interesting to see another city and how they implemented things that were similar to what we're doing, but also different. So I walked away with some ideas and I was really excited. And I think I told Mark and Chris about it. And I was like, I was very excited. And then I think one of the other themes was the Finding Common Ground efforts to improve civic engagement. So that was the morning session. And part of that was sort of an introduction and a launch to something that I will be a part of, and then also the mayor will be a part of over this next year. We were selected to be a part of the Washington Collaborative Elected Leaders Institute. So we're on a team with the mayor of Medical Lake and a council member from Airway Heights. So we're representing District 14 here. So it's the greater, oh, I thought it was 14. The greater Spokane area. And so over the next 4 months, we'll be going, the first session is here in Spokane, but we'll be going to Everett, Tri-Cities, and then having a couple of virtual sessions. A little bit about it, it's tackling real world challenges. I'm just going to read off of it because otherwise I'll mess it up. And it's working with the Ruckelshaus Center, the Evans School of Public Policy and Governance. So working with Washington State University and UW together. But it's an inaugural cohort of leaders across the state trying to increase our civic engagement and positive communication and team building throughout the state. So it was really interesting to listen to both Democrats and Republicans and leaders from across the state talk about how we can work better together. So I'm excited to be a part of that. And so we had our first meeting together with everybody while we were there. So it was a really good experience. I liked Vancouver. I told you earlier in the earlier session about the love letters to the city, and that just kind of resonated with me. So I hope you guys get a chance to go. It's in Tri-Cities next year.
Okay, anybody, make sure I don't miss Councilmember Spencer online. Go ahead,
I'm gonna make a
Councilmember Van
shameless
Orman.
plug. Yeah, shameless plug of, we're gonna see the Goonies tomorrow night. 10 grandkids. It's gonna be great.
Where are you sitting?
Yeah. But the biggest thing is I wanted everyone to know how special Liberty Lake is. And the Liberty Lake Lions Club is doing something that's a little unique. They're doing the brick that keeps on giving. So for those that have lived here for pretty much 30 years, like we have, kind of nice to be able to put your mark there instead of the Arboretum, and realize that you can now until August 10th, you can go ahead and purchase a brick, either a 4x8 or a 12x12. Helps the community out too.
Right. Thank you. All right. Any other council reports? Looking around, not seeing any. Okay. All right. Let me pull up my mayor's report real quick. So I won't say much more about the mobile tour at AWC, except to say, in addition to the different little pieces of art that Councilmember Kurtz was mentioning at this park, they had their own version of their little tiny artwork throughout the that park, and they were little small turtles, and each little statue was probably only maybe 6 or 8 inches high, but they were turtles. You found one in a wheelchair. You found one, with leg braces. You had all the different abilities represented in these little turtles around the park. So definitely some things to think about going forward as we approach artwork more here in Liberty Lake. So I had given you guys a preview before we left for AWC about some of the things that I was going to be attending. So I'll just keep this short. So again, as Councilmember Kennedy had said, identifying, preventing, and resolving conflicts of interest. We've got the specific RCW that calls this out. I just want to make sure that we've got that in our rules of procedure. I need to remind myself that, but to remind everybody with regards to conflicts of interest, say better safe than sorry. I know, like, I won't even take a cup of coffee from anybody who's doing business. But to remember that the remedies go from civil and criminal infractions, forfeiture of office, legal action against the city, voiding of contracts, and with regards to the staff, possible professional license revocation. So there are some major penalties for conflicts of interest. And so if you are in doubt, don't engage, or give Sean a call. And we've talked several times. I know we've had things come up for vote at the council at times when council members have excused themselves. I know I remember specifically Councilmember Dunn recused himself from, I think, one of the bank things because he works for Washington Trust or because he's on the board of something else. So those are the things that we need to be cognizant of, but we also, there's also that fine line of, okay, when is it appropriate to just inform? Okay, well, I may have had, I have a very, very at arm's length, relationship with this company. I may own one piece of their stock, but, it's not going to influence my decision. So we also walk that fine line. What do you just inform about? Say, yes, I can still be, have a neutral point of view and I can still make an unbiased decision. So those are all things that we need to be aware of. Tales from the Trenches was much different this year. Thank goodness. I think for about 3 years, it's kind of a big repeat of the same slides. So they got a new panel in this year for Tales from the Trenches. Talked a lot about role clarity, which obviously we touched on during the retreat last week. And one of the things that Mark and I are following up on, we try to do no surprises. We are not always 100% successful. I own that. I know West Richland has a 3-touch rule for not only ordinances and resolutions that we have, but on anything. They do meet weekly, so 3 touches for us would be 6 weeks. So that can hinder doing business of the city, but we are looking at ways to be better about at least 2 touches, doing a workshop before anything of significant comes up on the next agenda and not putting them on together. So we're going to continue to be proactive on that and get better at that as time goes by. Another session I went to, planning, funding, and communicating about your city's capital projects. Most of it we already do, mostly focusing on the capital facilities plan as our best communication tool. Obviously, we communicate our priorities through the budgeting process. 82% of people get their news from social media, so we can keep that in mind as we are looking for feedback on things. And very interesting, I don't see any ballot measures coming in the near future for us for tax increases. But there was a gal who is a former city elected official. I forgot her first name. Her last name is Loomis. She's does public affairs messaging for cities only. She has a 93% win record on ballot measures for tax increases. So if we ever get to that point where, even after we're all gone, right, for future councils to keep in mind, she's got an amazing record. She's working with Airway Heights right now on their upcoming measure with regards to the messaging. And I learned a lot about the tools that the cities can and can't use. For example, say we would discuss, a ballot measure for a tax increase. We can't use any communication tool to get out obviously, we can't be for or against. We are allowed to share the data, but we can't then start a newsletter that goes out once a month. We had to have been doing that the year prior. So it's very interesting session to learn about those things. Again, more things to keep in mind. I went to the hot topic session, talked about councils being able to support a ballot measure via resolution if they'd like to, more on the PDC specific guidelines for polling efforts. We talked a lot about public comment because there's so much going on right now across the country with regards to abuse of public comment, free speech versus disrupting a meeting. And another thing that we might want to consider as we possibly make some upcoming changes to the rules of procedure. We talked about campaigning during public comment. And should the council consider adding this to the rules for public comment? It doesn't preclude a candidate from coming and make a comment, but once they cross that line, which is a very blurry line, I know, between making a public comment and campaigning, then that would give the meeting chair the right to stop them if they do go into campaigning. So that's something we might want to consider. And the last thing we talked about in hot topics was the tight market for city attorneys right now. So apparently a lot of them are retiring, not many people getting into it. So they cautioned everybody about, if you're going out for do a rebid or something like that, that it's very tight and very, can be very expensive, and, the timeline is very, very long. So,
I'm not retiring.
yeah, we're hoping not. We're hoping not. But it was very, I never would have thought of, I would never would have thought about that. Not that city attorneys are a dime a dozen. You do a great job, Sean. But I just never would have thought of people not wanting to be in that field. And then lastly, really was, we talked about, I went to the risk management, which was a lot of, stuff that we already talk about, but interestingly enough, sidewalk and street hazards and pothole claims are a huge deal right now. There are grant funds available for sidewalk hazards. Now, it's something we need to look into a little bit further, because obviously most of our sidewalks are the responsibility of business owners or homeowners, but they also fall into the public right of way for the most part. So is there a chance we can get grant funding to help with some of those hazards, even though the sidewalk is not technically the city's, but it's in the city right of way? So there, again, blurry lines, worth pursuing. And then the rest of the sessions I attended were on disasters. National Incident Management System was 4 hours on Friday. That's a whole nother report in itself, but just suffice it to say, NIMS is what obviously the county uses. And so when Ben, our new public works director, starts, that is one of the things we made sure that we, had when we hired a new public works director, was experience putting the incident management systems together. So he will be leading the charge for the city on bringing that incident command system down toward the city level. So we have, obviously, we don't need to get, the police has their procedure. You know, we don't need an incident command system for car crashes. They've got that. But we have things like bridges can be hit. We've got, disease. We've got, what if a train derails in Otis Orchards and, might affect us with hazardous chemicals. So there's all kinds of things that we need to look at with regards to that, and what our limitations are as well. So looking forward to him getting his hands on that process, so we are all better prepared. That's a lot. One thing I will mention, I had a citizen contact me who lives in Legacy Ridge about possible fire danger on a vacant lot next to her that I guess was HOA property. She was concerned about the fire danger of the brush. She wasn't hearing what she wanted from the HOA management company. So thank you, Chief Soto, for Ken Johnson, your deputy fire marshal, came out and met me there. We walked through it, and I'm having a follow-up meeting with the homeowners on Saturday, and learned a lot. Again, I always do when I get together with the fire department. So it looks like for their situation, it's going to be best that the neighbors come together with their weed whackers. So always learn something. So I think that's enough from my side. We'll go ahead and move on to city administrator.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, the 4th is upon us, right? So starting tomorrow with some events, we've got the first of 8 movies in the park, as you heard Councilmember Dunn and Councilmember Van Orman mention. I'd like to point out that Councilmember Dunn is a guest on the most recent episode of the city's podcast, talking specifically about summer movies in the park. So if you're interested, check that out on our website. There's a whole slate of events scheduled to happen over the course of the next couple of days, culminating with the city's celebration in Pavilion Park with fireworks at 10 p.m. And then, of course, on the 4th, which is Thursday this year, the Independence Day holiday, the City Hall and library will be closed in observance of that holiday on the 4th. And then looking a little bit farther down the road, we have the return of Touch a Truck on July 19th. That's a very popular event at Orchard Park. And then a little farther down the line, another signature event for the city is Barefoot in the Park, taking place in Pavilion on August the 3rd. And there are all kinds of other things going on, as you can find as you look at the Summer of Fun calendar that's available, both printed out in the narthex or the vestibule there and on our website. Any questions about those events before we move on? All right. The next item that I want to brief the council on is related to the Kroger opioid settlement. The Washington State Attorney General's office has been very aggressively pursuing opioid settlements. This will be our fourth opportunity to sign on to an opioid settlement that the AG's office has negotiated. A few details on this one. The total settlement is $47.5 million, half of which will be distributed to the cities and counties, so 23.75 million. This settlement will be paid out over an 11-year period, and the allocation is defined in the One Washington MOU. And so what does that mean for Liberty Lake? Our allocated percentage is just a hair under 0.04%. And so when you apply that to the 23.75 million over 11 years, our estimated annual payout is $841. So this is much different from some of the other settlements, but it's better than a sharp stick in the eye, as my granddad used to say. And so the reason I'm bringing this up tonight is because the deadline for joining is August the 12th. And so we, the city staff, will be bringing an action item for the council's consideration on the July 16th meeting agenda related to joining the Kroger opioid settlement. Any questions about that one?
Just a comment. I was going to say the same thing. It's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. My dad said that too.
They must have known one another
Yeah.
at some point in time. All right.
That's what my grandpa said too.
The Office of Financial Management has finally allowed us to announce the updated population estimate. And so I'm going to invite Lisa Key, our planning director, up to the mic to tell you what that is.
Wait, I want to see if anybody has any guesses. Can we take guesses from the council real quick, please?
I'm
For-
gonna say 15,000.
For 2024.
It's April 1st, 2024 estimate.
And just, there's a methodology to this. It's based upon the number of certificates of occupancy we've issued over the course of the year, multiplied by the vacancy rates or the occupancy rates, excuse me, for each of those types of housing units. And the population, the per capita population for each of those types of housing units.
So last year, 2023, we were 13,050. Okay, so just quick round robin.
Yeah, let's go.
14.3.
Oh, gosh, 14.1.
13.9.
15.
14.2.
Jed, do you have a guess?
13.7.
So I think
$1.
Councilmember Van Ormond, it has the closest guess. It was 13,870.
Wow.
Yeah, but the game is she can't go over, so. Yeah, you should
Oh, wait,
have said one.
Councilmember Spencer's got his hand up.
I was just saying I was closest if you didn't go over, right?
There you go. But we do this every year, and it's actually an important statistic because our revenues from the state and the federal government are tied to that.
Thank you, Lisa. And if anyone wants to go and see all of the estimates, the OFM has these published on its website, so you can go out and take a look at those. Now we are going to move on to an update, a briefing on the 2024 Community Satisfaction Survey. We've talked quite a bit about this. We have gotten to the point where the survey is closed. It closed on June 30th, a couple of days ago. And so we haven't had time to do much analysis on this data. That's to come. We will be doing that. But there are a couple of interesting observations that I'd like to share with the council before we take a deep dive. May or may not be a podcast topic on the deep dive podcast, but before we really analyze this data that are of interest. And so, Evan, if you move on to the next slide, I just wanted to remind everyone that the design of this thing was that we had a 32 question survey. 9 of those questions were demographic in nature. And they were really centered around 5 main themes. And these were the themes that are present in our strategic plan, in our strategic priorities. And so if you'll remember, one of the major points of emphasis of doing this is so that we can validate how we're performing against the strategic plan and then make corrections on a year-to-year basis. And so you'll see them there: quality of life, public safety, economic opportunity, governmental effectiveness, and then service delivery. This was an invitation-only survey, and 660 households throughout the city were invited to participate in this. And then we touched each household multiple times to try to get the maximum amount of response. Before we move on, I'll say also that from the beginning, we've kind of approached this first go-round as the out of the gate survey from which we're going to learn lessons ourselves. The data is real, it's meaningful, we're going to use it, but we also looked at this as an opportunity to learn what maybe some better approaches are going forward. And so you'll see what I mean when we move to the next slide. Evan, go to the next one for me. So as you'll see there, we invited 660 households to respond. We received responses from 173 of those households. Now, as a percentage, you would say, oh, that's low. I agree, it is. But those 173 responses are real responses from real residents in the city that are giving us meaningful data. And so what are some of the things that we can do to increase that going forward? We have some strategies based on what worked and what didn't this time that we'll deploy next time and try to get that up closer to the 660. But as you can see there, if you just look across, I mentioned the 9 demographic questions, the splits between those who own their home and those who are renting, 88 to 12. Those who are living in a single family detached type of structure versus somebody living in a building with multiple units is 91 to 9. And then if you look out to the right there, you've got the age on top and race on the bottom. And those numbers, I'll tell you the age, the way that the question was asked is that we asked people, we asked the answerer to identify all of the ages in the household. And so the numbers will not add up to 100%. And that's on purpose, because if you had a household with multiple people in it, you would have multiple answers per household. Same with race. So, but on a percentage basis, you could have a person in the household that was African-American and also a person in the household that was Asian. So you would have both reported for one household. So the numbers match very closely with our 2020 census count numbers. But in the way that the census asks the question, there's a few subtle differences in there, but it matches very closely. So from a survey perspective, we think that we have a fairly representative sample with these 173 responses according to our census count data. Next slide, please. Now, if you start going into the questions, and again, 32 questions with all kinds of ways to correlate different answers with the age of the household, race of the household, size of the household, all of those different kinds of things. Those will come. We'll provide a full report at some time in the future, but just very high level, those major theme questions, the overall questions as represented here. Overall, how satisfied do you feel about your quality of life in Liberty Lake? You can see in this case, green is generally good. So you see the green going out to about 98%. So 98% of the folks that responded either said it's extremely good, or I'm extremely satisfied, or somewhat satisfied with my quality of life. Only about 1.5% said dissatisfied. When you go down to the next one, safety overall, how safe do you feel? Again, green is good. And so you're taking that green all the way out basically to 99%. So that's a positive message. Evan, next slide. Next couple of questions. Overall, how prepared do you feel the city government is to respond to emergencies? The mayor was just talking about this and some of the things that she attended at AWC. You see that really good green go down to really close to 0. That's okay because all green is good. But you see how these are varied. And in these two questions in particular, you start to see some less prepared and not prepared creep up in there. So we have some work to do. But overall, you can see how folks feel about the city's preparedness to respond to emergencies. And then overall, how satisfied do you feel about your economic opportunities in Liberty Lake? And you can see again how that's distributed. But overall, very high percentage of people are at least some satisfied with all of these things. Next slide, Evan. This is hard to read, I know, but these are all the core services that the city provides. And the question is overall, how would you rate the quality of the following core services? And so you can see the distribution there between excellent, good, ordinary, below average, and poor. As you read from top to bottom, it's sorted from the excellent percentage. So you'll see some of those where the total, green is higher than the one above it. That's okay. We sorted on the excellent answer. And so you see it go from library to police response to parks maintenance and on down. And then the corollary to this question, and this is one of the exciting things that I wanted to point out, when it comes to now taking this information and using it to inform our budget making process, what does it mean? Evan, if you go to the next slide, the question was, which 3 items on that previous list of core services do you think the city or should receive the most attention from city leaders over the next 12 months? Well, the 3 that the respondents said were planning and development, street maintenance, and traffic maintenance. Doesn't mean that those ones under it aren't important, but those were the top 3. We asked them to identify 3, and those were the top 3 that were identified among those 173 responses. So when you get data like this, and there's much more of it than what I'm showing you tonight, we'll be able to take that and inform our budget process going not only into 2025, but then into the future as we repeat this process year over year. Evan, next slide. That's really what I want. That's a very high level summary of the data. And again, the survey just closed a couple of days ago. We'll be getting in much more detail as time goes by. We'll be bringing that information back to council and sharing it with the public, but just an opportunity at this point to ask any questions that you have about any of that you've seen tonight.
Doesn't look like it.
All right, moving on. I'm going to invite David up to the mic, and he's going to share an update about just some overall public outreach efforts related both to the budget and other things. So David, take it away.
This is your preview of the Summer Olympics because I'm taking the baton from him, and we're going to move right on to what he was talking about, onto what could be happening next. And I apologize, I've been having a bit of a hoarse voice today. I'm looking forward to interacting with Mark and the staff, looking at the results of this community satisfaction survey. And we're going to be looking at some of these data points we had to see what types of questions we may want to ask through surveys, through public forums, through online discussion resources, to try to get some further feedback from the local residents in the next stage as we get into the budget determination season, which really starts to ramp up in August. The first stage of this, we launched it on May 31st, Friday, May 31st. We launched a single question public discussion forum on what would you like to see in the budget. This forum was advertised at the front of the top of the homepage. It's been there since May 31st. I've been a longtime reporter. To me, one of the most paramount things I like to strive for in my work is the quality of accuracy. So that's a key thing I like to put out there. And I would just like to share with the council, at a previous meeting, some inaccurate information was put out regarding the promotion of this public forum. You heard some information not from city staff that the public forum was not advertised on any platform, including the city's Facebook site. Well, unfortunately, I have to say that's incorrect. If you go to the June 3rd city's Facebook page, yes, indeed, there was a promotion on the public forum. That was our second promotion of this outside of the city's web page. And then we knew that the forum was not going to be launched in time to meet the deadline we had for Splash for the June issue. So the plan all along was once we get the July issue out, which you hopefully saw that article on the city's page, I think on page 7, that we will double up the news of that with spreading this information out to some of the other Facebook sites. I first saw the Splash for July yesterday, so this morning I put out doubling up the promotion to the community Facebook site, to the Liberty Lake Neighbors site, to the Liberty Lake Together site. Right now, having been launched for 1 month, and at this point we've had, I think we've heard it was 9 or 10 comments have been put on there so far. Right now, we're actually ahead of pace of where we were last year when we had a similar public forum up between mid-July through mid-October. A year ago for that forum, we had about, I think it was 26 comments. Right now we have, I think we heard it was 9 or 10. We're a little bit ahead of the pace right now. Plus, we have not yet had enough time for people to respond through the other Facebook promotions we put out today and from people seeing the Splash article. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of numbers we get beyond that. The other thing that was added to this, and we did not do this last year, but at the last Community Engagement Commission, Robin Bechtel suggested, why don't we do some kind of non-online version of this? So that's a fairly simple thing to do. It's a 1 question, open response. So debuting last Saturday at Farmers Market, we had a small piece of paper. People could suggest what they wanted to have in the budget, what their ideas were for priorities for programs, services, special needs they feel that the city should look into, facilities, staff needs. And then to kind of double back on the original online promotion, I put a thing on there saying, if you would like to participate in our online forum, please take the slip with you away from Farmers Market. If you don't want to fill it out here, you can take it home and contact us online. And I do know from Robin, we did have so far 1 response, 1 additional response from our first week in a Farmers Market. So that was great. I don't believe we have any other things to say beyond that regarding the upcoming online forum discussions we'll be offering for the budget, the surveys, polling when we do. We will keep you updated. We will keep our community engagement folks assisting with this as is appropriate. Also, I want to get into, I forgot.
So as he's bringing that up, one of the things we plan to use this data for that you just saw was to help seed the forum with some questions. Hey, here's what we heard. Let's test that. Let's get you talking about it through the use of the forum. So we're going to, over time, seed the forum with some questions directly out of the survey results. So that's an exciting development that we weren't able to do last year because we didn't have these survey results. So back over.
I should add regarding the forum, we're not going to be having just the 1 promotion on our Facebook site and on the community's Facebook site. We will be doing this, I would guess, at least once a month. We haven't had a lot of response for the last couple of weeks, so that's why we did it again today. And we will have different ways to try to engage the writing on this, the promotional text, the graphics that go with this, just to try to keep this in mind for the people throughout July, throughout August, into September, and then the early part of October, which I think that phase will discontinue. Next thing I want to talk about is the summer activities poster. This had debuted last Friday, just in time for Farmers Market on Saturday. When we had the I think it was the one for May through June, we had done like half-size versions of this. And I'd printed out, I think 30 for that first week. And then Robin contacted me. She says, we need more of these. People were taking them. So we produced these. These are very popular. They're great for staking onto a refrigerator. And I will also address some concerns that have been heard. This is 11 inches by 17 inches. It's a specified amount of real estate on there. When we first did these community event posters, this was actually an idea from the Community Engagement Commission a year ago last spring. you know, there had been these other posters that another organization had done promoting just a few events. And I'd always thought that we don't have all the activities up there that the city is involved in. Particularly since I was a new staff member, I was wondering, why isn't this event on there? Why isn't that event on there? So it was a great idea for the community engagement to come up with, let's do a spring poster, which we had never done before. And the first one was, it was experimental on my part. I was putting things on there like high school graduation day, last day of school, and it was just way too jam-packed. Try to pare it down a little bit over the one we did for summer, June through August, and it was still too much stuff. So this year I decided, okay, we're going to do a spring one, we're going to do a May through June, I'm going to do a July through August, and there was still more stuff I wanted to put on here. The one thing I really wanted to get on that didn't get on, there's a city-related event because it's at a city park, was the stuff, the farmer's market. We had it on for the last one. There was no room to put farmer's market on here, and I disliked that I didn't have the room for that. Every item on here is a city-sponsored event in one way or another. It comes down to, sure, we would love to put other events on there, but if it's a city resource, if it's my time as a city staff member using the city resource staff, I really need to focus in on promoting to the city's residents what City Hall is providing to them through the city's services and resources. As much as we would love to be a wider poster, 11 by 17, we just can't do it. Again, every item on here is somehow city related. We were able to do a little bit of tweaks on a couple items. Summer movies in the parks, there are 2 movies that are not specifically city sponsored. But my feeling was some people in the community may be wondering, they may be confused, like, why aren't these other 2 movies on? They're not understanding why some of those movies are not really connected with the city. So I went ahead and put it on there. It's 2 lines. It's 2 lines. We have a couple other items on here that are not specifically city related, but because some community leaders got together last spring to have some of the July 3rd and July 4th items put together into an umbrella promotional campaign this spring called the Liberty Lake Fest. And then there's a colon for 4th of July in Liberty Lake or something like that. We were able to, I was able to justify adding a couple of events that are outside of city limits because I think the city residents need to know about those. And these are available in the lobby if you want to take some to work, give some to your neighbors, post them up at a open sign area by your residents. Please do so. We have many more I can print. Coming up, Barefoot in the Park. We're going to be having a big map in the August issue of Splash. It'll be only out for a few days, but that's where you'll see the map of the activities for Barefoot in the Park. And Mark Saba, also from the Community Engagement Commission, he said, David, can you print up some promotional handouts so we can get more people involved with the golf parade we had at Barefoot in the Park last year? I think, Mark, there was something like somewhere around 7 entries. We want to have more people involved with that. So he's going to be passing these out to all those dozens and dozens and dozens of golf carts you're going to be having at the golf cart parade this week. Community, you're right. They prefer the term community parade. I slipped the tongue there. And then last thing I want to discuss is Mark kind of led into it, city podcast. Just want to remind everybody we have some interesting, basically this is the city's talk show. We don't have a local radio station. We don't have a local TV station that covers community affairs. Our city podcast is it. And we're offering a great variety. I would direct people, if you haven't listened to it already, we had a really fun conversation with Marcia and Sue from the Friends of the Library. They were talking about primarily about the book sale, but we also got into summer soiree. So please listen to that. I think they said in that podcast that they were expecting to sell out of tickets. So if you haven't got your ticket yet, grab somebody from Friends of the Library so you can get a ticket. Mikhail Stevens, our new recreation person, he was one of our more recent staff members we introduced and had him talk about summer recreation programs. Please listen to that one. Dan Dunn, I was finally able to get my second city council member on a podcast. I'm hoping to get maybe all of you at some point to discuss something. But Dan was on to talk about the upcoming summer movies in the park series. And please listen to that one. You get to find another side of your fellow city councilman. You will learn that there is possibly a very important Hollywood prop that is possibly in a landfill in Hayden, Iowa. I went to school, Iowa. Hayden, Idaho. And you will also learn one of Dan Dunn's other names. I will leave it at that, so you listen in and find out what it is. The next podcast, also interestingly enough, it's going to be basically kind of an outtakes program. We did an interview with the mayor in April. We had so much stuff we talked about, we couldn't fit it all in. So the next podcast coming up hopefully next week is going to be titled Very Random Questions with the Mayor. You will learn things about the mayor that you would never known and never known to ask. We got an interview set up with the Montana Shakespeare and the Parks folks. They're going to be calling in over Zoom with me next week. We'll be promoting that this year. Hoping to get something going on with Spokane Symphony. Hoping to get something to promote for cops, cars, and cruisers, and some kind of a overview of the community satisfaction survey. Any questions? My voice is whacked out. Yes.
Two things. With the forum, I had a little bit of trouble finding it, and that might have been user error. But I think one of the potential barriers might be having to set up an account in order to do that. But the other question I had, as far as you guys being able to promote that, can you use like a push notification from TextMyGov? I mean, I get the agendas through that, in addition to what Kelsey does, but I just wonder if there's a way to promote that so that someone could go directly to it to fill it out if you want more people to do that.
Consider it pursued. I'm glad you suggested that. Yeah, there is a bit of a process to sign up for the forum. It's the same as signing up to Facebook for the first time. It's the same as signing up for an eBay account. It's the same as signing up for buying stuff at Walmart or Amazon.com. So yes, there is a bit of a process. And thankfully, through Robin's suggestion a couple of weeks ago, we have the alternative of doing it on paper. And I will probably also be putting some stacks of those here on the front counter as well. I don't know to what degree we'll get responses, but we're trying to cover as many bases as we can.
But to that point, we are having conversations with our vendor, recognizing that may present an impediment. And so they need to do something about that to help us out. And so we're working that angle as well.
So I think my follow-up question to that, if I may, Mayor, is like if I go to Walmart.com, I know I'm going back and I'm probably going to buy something, same with Amazon, right? But I don't know what I'm going to do again on the city website to go through the process of creating another password that I will forget and another username that I will forget. So if there are other opportunities for future surveys, like if you can tell me why I need an account, I'd be more inclined to do it. Yeah.
Kind of following up on that, at the previous Community Engagement Commission, I was curious to see just how people respond when they're going on the laptop for the first time, without me giving them instructions, without me trying to say, no, you need to do this, you need to do that. I just wanted to observe how people are responding to this, so then we can make corrections. And we had some of the members going on there, and by observing them, I was able to improve the instructions on that, because I was seeing some things that I did not know people would be doing. So we do our best to accommodate people as best we can. And I will look into TextMyGov tomorrow.
All right. Anybody else have any questions for David? Right, not hearing any. Thanks.
Thanks, David. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right. So next up, Spokane Valley Fire Department. Welcome, Chief Soto.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, citizens. This is our June 2024 report, but before I get started, I'm just going to go ahead and ask the question. How have you not seen Goonies?
I've never watched Ted Lasso either, so,
Oh, you got to get out, girl. Oh, my goodness.
I'll put it on my to-do list after 2027.
You guys are overworking her. Come on.
I actually live in Astoria, and I think part of the reason I moved there was because of the
The
Goonies.
Goonies, yep.
FYI.
I mean, you're in Washington.
And
Or
until
it was
she
just
said
over
that
in
last
Oregon.
week, I had no idea.
What's it about?
Oh, well, we're not gonna get, we're not gonna get into that here.
I'm
Yeah.
out. I'm out. When you guys are ready to be serious. All right, let's get started. First slide, please. So for the month of June, the fire department responded to just over 1,900 calls at 1944. 85% of those were for EMS. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of the entire area of where the bulk of the calls are. Again, the orange are the heavier amount of calls, and then sliding all the way back to blue being just 1 or 2 calls in that general area. Next slide. For the year, we're at just under 12,000 calls. Again, 83%, that general 83 to 85% are for emergency medical services. Next slide, please. And this is, I'm sorry, the first one was for the month. This one's for the year. So clearly much heavier. And it's all, again, generally in that opportunity neighborhood. Next slide, please. Year to date and for the month responses. So the 1,944 calls required 2,413 responses for the month. And then the 11,830 total responses for the year required 14,518 responses. Once again, engine 1 was the busiest engine for the month, and then for the year it's engine 7. So we had 7 engine companies over 200 calls for the month, and we have 6 engine companies with over 8,000 calls for the year. Next slide, please. This is showing the locations of the bulk of the calls for both the month and for the year. Again, the general area where we saw the bulk of the calls, that's roughly 45% of our call volume is in the opportunity area or neighborhood, with station 7, station 8, station 1. Next slide, please. This is our automatic aid. So we responded to the city of Spokane 47 times, D9 15, D8 14, District 3 3 times, and District 13 once. And then in their responses into our area for automatic aid, the city came into our area 74 times, D8 49 times, D9 14, and District 13 once. Next slide, please. So overall, this June was the second busiest June on our record. And then so far for the year overall, we are 6.5% over or ahead of last year's call volume. So again, nothing's let up halfway through the year. Next slide, please. Now we're just going to go over our city's responses. Next slide, please. So for the month of June, we had 101 calls, 81% were for emergency medical services. We had 7 car wrecks, 5 building alarms, 4 fires, 1 service call, 1 hazmat call, 1 tech call. Next slide. This is the call breakdown for the month for our area. So you can kind of see, obviously, the green ones are the busier and the blue ones were less amount of calls, but still where the calls were located. Next slide, please. Year to date, we're at 661 total calls. And what's interesting is our overall EMS percentage is really, it falls a lot less than everywhere else here, which is good. We definitely don't want people to get hurt, but it's at 77%. So it is significantly 6 to 8% lower than everywhere else. Next slide, please. This is year to date of the entire area. We have the one red spotted area, which is, we know, the Guardian area, and then you can kind of see where everything else spreads out around. Next slide. Then this is the calls within Liberty Lake. We have, obviously, the bulk of them are handled by Valley Engine 3, which is 86. And then for the area, at least 531 of the total responses has been handled by the single house crew here in Liberty Lake Engine 3. Next slide. Year to date, this was tied for our busiest June on record with the 101 calls. And then overall, we're 2.3% ahead of last year's call volume. So we're steady and busy here as well. So that's my report for now. But since I'm up here, also today we started the burn ban. So for people who are listening at home and for you all here, just remember that you cannot have an open burn pit. So just think of like your typical, I'm out there camping and I have a regular open campfire. That's a no-no. So it is a misdemeanor if you're caught, but you can use anything with the chimney. So and you can still use propane or wood within that. But again, it has to be a manufactured fire pit. Also, there's obviously a ban on fireworks. We have 4th of July coming up on Thursday. There are plenty of areas that you can go to attend shows, even here in Liberty Lake. And we encourage people to go there. We will be in the streets, folks. We will be in the streets. So you may think that you're getting some and you're having fun and a blast. And then you look over and me or one of my guys is going to be just looking up over that fence going, gotcha. So please be mindful. Wildfires are real. If you cannot remember what happened last year, then you live under a rock. And please be mindful. We're going to focus our area or our time in Liberty Lake, Otis Orchards. And so just because of the amount of urban interface that we live amongst, and we want to make sure that people are following the law.
Can we give you a list of some known problem areas?
Absolutely. You know, you can. So do you know, we do that. We do take we look at last year's complaints, and it's funny how many people complain about the same people because they're not afraid to give us their neighbors' names and addresses.
Well, and these people actually have a lookout at the bottom and the top of the street.
Oh, really?
And sparklers are illegal. Not everybody knows that.
I'll take that challenge, man.
I'll
Because we
give it
got some
to you.
people like that last go around. Just throw a poncho on so they don't see the uniform.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. So-
Councilmember Dunn.
Just as a PSA follow on, the Spokane Regional Emergency Communications Group has an app now,
Yeah.
which has fireworks report.
Reporting, absolutely. I
So
did
you don't have to
download it.
burden 911. Just
Right.
Yeah.
Have you guys downloaded it?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is
really
a
good.
great app. It says Shrek 911. I don't even know if you can focus in on that, but it is a really cool app and it has all of it. Register for alerts, evacuation maps, firework reporting, online reports, the whole 9 yards. So it's really cool. I encourage you to get that.
Yeah. Good timing on that.
Any other questions, concerns?
Nope. I think we're good. Thank you
Awesome. All right. Thank you guys. Have a great evening.
too. Okay, we are now up to workshop discussions. Library design and construction workshop. I'm sorry. Oh, Sewer and Water District. I'm sorry. Is there anybody online for Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District?
I believe Bill is on.
Oh, great. Sorry about that, Bill. We see you.
Okay.
We can hear you. Go for it.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So we're moving into the summer season. We obviously, we live over an aquifer, so we have the water supply is good, but we still need to be cautious of, water conservation. I know it's fun to water our lawns and have the green surroundings that we have, and but take note that you don't need to water as much as you think you do to keep the grass green. So take that in mind and have a good summer of watering. When the temperature gets to a certain level, we won't do shutoffs, even if people don't pay their bills. But so we're going to monitor that very closely. There's some new rules and regulations about shutoff, and we're following those very closely. We had a successful backflow season this year. Everybody seems to be on board with the backflow prevention program, and that's a wonderful deal. I was listening to your presentation on AWC, and we have a Washington Association of Sewer and Water Districts, and they have a conference twice a year. And it is important for elected officials to go to these conferences and interact with people that do similar things. Like, of course, we're in the sewer and water business, and we're all special purpose districts. So it's a great way for us to learn about what's going on in the state of Washington. And that's about all I have. Any questions?
I'm looking around. It doesn't look like it. Hey, I do have a quick question before you go.
Okay.
Last year, I believe we were given a percentage of failed backflow tests from people who passed the year before. I'm curious if you have that number, if somebody can send it to me, because we always hear people belly aching on the community page and whatnot about, well, if we passed it last year, why do we have to do it the next year? But I know there's a percentage of those who pass one year who fail the next.
I don't have that readily, but it's around 4 or 5% that didn't pass.
Right.
And the reason we do it every year is because the area we live in. So we have freezes and thaws that a lot of places don't have. So you could pass your backflow test one year and fail it the next year because you had damage to your irrigation system. So it's very important that we do this. We don't want these boil orders. We don't want contaminations getting into our water system. So that's why we do it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
Okay, now we are up to our workshop discussion on the, I always missing my agenda again, the library design and construction workshop.
All right, I'll start here, Mayor. Thank you. And so just to kind of reset the table, as you all remember, on the heels of the June 18th City Council meeting, we wanted to take another opportunity, although we're not going to be retreading the same ground with the information that we cover tonight on the kind of where that conversation ended. We want to provide some additional information in an attempt to trigger a dialogue and provide a forum for asking any questions that you may have that are outstanding, so that we have an opportunity to provide satisfactory answers for those. And so I'm going to go through some slides, and I'm going to be joined by Jandy Humble, our library director, Lisa Key, our planning and engineering director, and Kyle Dixon, our finance director. And so if you have questions as we're going through these, don't hesitate to interject, ask the question, we'll provide the answer. We also have, like I said, have this set up so that we can go through and then promote a dialogue after the fact, and we can come back to any slide that you may want to revisit. It's really however you choose to do it. And so as we start, keep in mind that we're going to be mostly focused on the text of the agreement itself and the text of the work order itself. And so we're primarily going to be focused on those two documents since they are on the agenda as action items. And so Evan, if you can go on to the next slide. And this is a reminder of the last one. This will be the only thing that you saw from the last presentation. And this is really just to point out that everything to the left of that blue box has already been done. On this road to the new library, the only thing on this timeline that is yet to be done is the PM contract recommendation, which is happening tonight. And so if we can go to the next slide, the intended outcomes of that agreement are these two things. That agreement is intended to achieve the council's objective of relocating the library to 23129 East Mission, as those 6 completed steps all led to, and then also to plan for city facility needs through the city's build out, which is approximately 13, 15 years down the road. And so we've got the opportunity to achieve both of these outcomes through this agreement. Next slide, please. And so what we wanted to do is acknowledge the stated concerns that we heard during the discussion at the June 18th meeting, and make sure that we provided an opportunity to have clarity on all of these points. And so these are the ones that we heard. We heard concerns about project oversight, cost control. The full council wasn't present at the last discussion. We have the full council now. There was a limited response to the RFQ, which we talked quite a bit about last time. And by the way, Turner, Townsend, and Heery is not going to join us tonight. We're going to be presenting all of this as an internal effort among staff. We heard concerns about the total budget and then funding sources. And we're going to, as we go through this, talk about each of these and hopefully get some clarity on each of these. Next slide, please. And so we're transitioning now to the project management services agreement. This is the agreement itself, the contract itself between the city and Turner and Townsend and Heery that's on the agenda that we're recommending that council approve later this evening. Next slide, please. And so just real quickly, the terms and conditions of that, it expires April 30th, 2026. Why so far out? You may ask. We'll look at a project timeline in just a few minutes. Really what we want to do with that timeline is make sure that through the post-construction project that the contractor has enough time to do the tasks that need to be done to close out the project successfully. And so we put the expiration date out that far just to make sure that we could get through all of those things without having to come back and extend it. But I'll point out that there's a termination clause that allows us to terminate without cause with 30 days notice, and that's pretty typical. The contract itself is a project management services agreement. So it's a services agreement. It's not a deliverables-based agreement. Turner, Townsend, and Heery is not being contracted to design anything or to build anything. They're helping us to manage the process from now through the end of when a new library would be ready to move into. And the agreement itself is executed through a series of work orders. And we're going to talk about work order 1 tonight, but there will be other work orders downstream that will help satisfy all of the milestones that we have planned out for this project. And one of the control mechanisms that's built into the agreement is that City Council must authorize each work order for that series of tasks to be let and done. And so that's something that we wanted to make sure that we talked about and gave you a comfort level about. And then the contract itself is limited to overseeing and managing the work of what the contract defines as construction professionals. And that ranges from architects and landscape architects and engineers and construction firms, all packaged into the definition of construction professionals. So in this case, Turner, Townsend, and Heery, their duty will be, under the contract, will be limited to overseeing those construction professionals. Next slide, please. And here's that project timeline that I mentioned. And to set the scene here a little bit, what you're seeing is that top bar represents the current constraint. We have a tenant. We have a lease with Legacy Church. And by right, through that lease, Legacy is going to be there through April 30th of 2025. And so that bottom bar then picks up about halfway through that timeline with the project that we're proposing, so that once August 30th, 2025, April 30th of 2025 gets here, as close to that date as possible, when Legacy transitions out of the building, we can start doing the construction work that's necessary to get the new library up and operational so that we can move the library from its current location to the new location. So you'll see in that project start, assuming that the contract and work order gets approved tonight, you have that phase of planning, design, and construction procurement that happens between now and April 30th of 2025. And then that hatched area to the right of that is what would be the construction and post-construction phases. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen between now and then. So I don't want you necessarily to get locked into that date, but if all things go according to plan, we would begin work on the actual building sometime shortly after April 30th of 2025. And then, whatever period of time it took for that work to occur, the library would open sometime after that. There is no projected opening date right now, but that would be one of the things that we would identify through the planning phases of the project. Evan, if you could go to the next slide, please. And so you saw the timeline, kind of looked at the terms and conditions of the contract. Now, what does this project structure look like? If you can move on, Evan. So at the top there, you see City of Liberty Lake, we're the owner. We make the decisions about letting everything, right? We hold the purse strings. We make decisions about scope and schedule and all of those things. And in order for us to deliver this project, we're proposing to hire an expert, Turner and Townsend Heery, as our project manager for the project. And again, going back to an earlier slide, we're going to execute this agreement through work orders. And so they would be managing work orders that were comprised of various tasks. Next slide, please, Evan. And so tonight, we're going to be focused exclusively on work order number 1, which is only the planning phase of the project. If you can see now with those shaded out tasks at the bottom row of this slide, you see going from left to right, design, construction, procurement, management, construction management, relocation, and post-construction all happening in future work orders. So tonight, what's in front of you is work order 1, the planning phase of the project. Next slide, please, Evan. And so what does work order 1 do? This is the scope of services as it's defined in the work order. These are paraphrased so that they would fit on the slide, but they are ordered here in the same exact way that they're ordered in the scope of services in the work order. And so and I want to point out, although these go from A to F, these are not necessarily sequential, meaning you don't have to start and complete delivery method charrette to move on to leading of the approval process and down, right? These are all designed to be moving in some ways parallel to one another. There are dependencies, obviously, but they're not sequential. They don't have to be completed before you move on to the next one. And so you see the scope of work order 1. All of these tasks will be led by Turner and Townsend Heery through the planning phase of the project. Next slide, please. What does the price for this scope of work look like? So you see on the column number 2 labeled work order number 1 total, all of those scope items A through E are packaged in essentially to one price. And so you see the subtotal there. All of those scope items are priced at an amount not to exceed $52,100. And if you look at the 2024 budget, that amount is allocated in the Library Capital Fund, Fund 330. That budget for 2024 for design work is $180,794. So you can see that there's capacity for this work in the 2024 budget. And then, as we talked about last week, item F was not originally contemplated as something that this contract was going to cover. However, through the conversation with the evaluation team and with Turner and Townsend Heery, and the fact that the need exists and we already had a planned effort to undertake a facility master plan and that was budgeted, we explored the option of, because of the alignment that would provide and because of the economy of scale that would provide, wrapping that into this contract as well. And it made sense to do that. And you see that the price for that item F in work order number 1 is $63,525. And you see the budget again in 2024, which is in the Facilities Master Plan Fund, Fund 331, budgeted at $145,000 for this work. So again, capacity for that item budgeted in 2024. So we have a total of $115,625 for work order number 1, which will accomplish tasks A through F, and a budget total for that work at $325,794. So capacity at the total bottom line. That concludes the information. Now, I just want to close this part of the discussion out with a reminder of the recommendation. Evan, if you can go to the next slide. And again, staff's recommendation is to approve the project management services agreement between the city and Turner and Townsend Erie, and then again, to approve work order number 1 for planning phase tasks identified in the scope that we just reviewed. And so now at this point, we will open the floor for dialogue, questions, and I'll be joined by my team that I mentioned at the outset. And if you have questions, fire them away and we'll try our best to provide satisfactory answers.
Oh, Councilmember Van Orman, start us off.
I have a couple. Hopefully I can articulate it well. Can we bring some of the items that we talked about even during the retreat up to code before the tenant transitions out?
Lisa, do you want to help provide context on that one?
We have worked with the tenant to make sure that the facility is up to code for them. This will encompass a change of use, and we will need to make those changes ourselves. I don't believe that we could effectively do the changes that are necessary, particularly doing it sequentially and efficiently within the context of the larger changes that are likely to occur there. We don't know exactly what they are and whatnot, so we don't want to throw good money after bad, as it were, to make some changes that we may have to renovate in the future. So the answer is really no.
Tenant will need to be out.
Yes.
Okay, the next question that I had, and I think I already kind of addressed it with you, but I know that several of the other council members had kind of the same questions. I come from a background of being a general contractor. You know, our job is to go ahead and make sure that we've planned out what our job is to do, and we've got and that's what I'm assuming that this project manager is going to be doing, is kind of sequentially out the tasks of what needs to be done. But in years past, we have had an engineer or an architect go ahead and work with the body to figure out exactly what the needs were. And then we would go out with a bid process that would be closed. How is what you're proposing different?
So all of what you just described will happen. It will be managed by our project manager that we're proposing through this contract. So all of those steps that you described in that sequence will occur downstream of, and again, going back to the earlier part of the presentation, in work order one is only the planning phase. So the planning phase will be to prepare to do those things downstream. Once we have input from the community, input from council, input from staff to understand what the scope of the renovation project is going to be. And then all of those things that you just described will happen sequentially in future work orders. And it looks like Lisa wants to say something as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify it. Part of the question with the project manager is what is the appropriate delivery method? And what you talked about is a traditional design, bid, build, and that's the sequence. There are other delivery methods. We did with Trailhead what was called a progressive design build, where we hired a team to do the design up to a certain point to give us a guaranteed maximum price. And then council had to authorize that contract. There was also an off-ramp for that if you were not satisfied with what could be delivered for the price. There was bidding involved with what they call their construction partners. They did bid the different pieces of the project to make sure that they could get us the best price through the course of that. We may or may not follow that particular procurement method. There's other general methods that are a hybrid of that. design build is similar but different. And one of the things that the program manager, the owner's rep will do, will be to guide us, you city council, through the decision-making process of what's going to be most beneficial to the city. There's pros and cons to each, and depending upon the scope of the project, the challenges with procurement going on, inflation rates, et cetera, and overall budget, it's going to vary as to which makes the most sense. In fact, one of the scope items within this contract right up front is the procurement charrette, looking at what is it that makes the most sense, and then laying out, as Mark said, the process whereby they'll go through all those different steps. The sequences are a little bit different. How it happens is a little bit different with each of those delivery methods. But the bottom line is, you city council will still be in control of that. It's just that we want to be open-minded enough to evaluate what are the pros and cons of looking at different procurement methods, because there can be some benefits. And as I've said before, I guarantee that if we had not been doing progressive design build in the environment that we were proceeding with Trailhead, it could not have been constructed. And that has to do with everything from supply chain issues and scheduling to really dealing with just week over week escalating inflation for the cost of procurement. So there, and it gave us a lot of flexibility that we would not have had in a traditional design build. And we would have gotten the bids and we would have said, I guess we can't do it. So again, the environment's different now. This may or may not make sense for this project, but it's worth at least taking a look at to see what the most advantageous procurement method might be for this community, for this specific project.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate it.
All right, next, we've got Councilmember Cargill, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
That work order graphic back up on the screen. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
The blue,
Yeah, the one that blocks.
yeah, Evan, if you can go back to the structure slide.
I believe it showed 3 different work orders. Is that just for the purposes of showing us how it would play out, or are you anticipating that it will only be 3 total work orders?
I'm anticipating that it will be 3 work orders. It could ultimately end up being 2, it could be 4, but based on just the way that this work breaks down, I'm anticipating that it will follow this pattern.
I guess my second set of questions, I just want to make sure that since council members Ball and Gannon weren't here in the last meeting, and I think you mentioned it on slide 1 or 2, basically Turner, Townsend, and Huey was the only bid we got, right?
For this contract, yes, that's correct.
And and the amount that we were told was going to be needed to cover just,
Can I?
excuse me, the amount that we were told.
Yeah, yeah, it said, we said it's cutting out, so we'll keep it trying.
The amount that we were told was going to be needed just to get the amount that we were told that we were going to need just to get it up to code was around 2 million.
So if you, that was the discussion from June 18th. If you go back and review the discussion that occurred on April the 9th of 2022, when this report was presented to the council, that number was somewhere in the $1.8 million range. And so I would expect with 2 years of inflation, it would be somewhere between 1.8 and 2.
Okay, well, I appreciate the analogy to Trailhead, because I think it's important to point out that when we were going into the whole Trailhead discussion, we kind of had an idea of a ballpark range of what it might cost. I mean, we had anywhere from $6 to $12 million was what I recall, and I went back and check some of the videos as well. And we also had an idea on how we were going to pay for that as well. The conversation almost the entire time was, we'll probably take out a bond to pay for it. So that's what concerns me about going into this, is that we don't have questions to either of, or answers to either of those two questions. Is that we don't know, what our ballpark figure is going to be. Are we going to shoot for a 3 to 5? Are we going to shoot for 4 to 6? Is it going to be a lot more than that? Is it going to be less than that? And we haven't really identified yet, to my satisfaction, a way that we're going to pay for it. I mean, are we going to do it with, obviously I don't want to take out another bond, but are we going to be doing it with revenues that we already have in the budget? Or, and I know we talked last meeting about the possibility of a grant, but I mean, that's just a possibility. So we don't know that for sure yet. So, I mean, I think those two questions are what concerns me, is that I feel like we're doing it the exact opposite way this time, where we're saying, let's approve this, let's go into it, let's pass it, and then we can find out how much it's going to cost us. Whereas from my point of view, I'd like to do it the exact opposite way, go in knowing what our plan is going to be, or at least have a ballpark figure, and then start proceeding down the aisle of the project managers. So those are just some of my initial thoughts.
Yeah, and the reason that I wanted to focus the discussion around work order number 1 specifically, other than that's what's on the agenda, is whether we use Turner and Townsend Heery to answer those questions or someone else, we're going to have to go through this process.
Yeah.
And so from an economy perspective and from a familiarity perspective and from a just continuity perspective, we believe, and it's reflected in our recommendation, that contracting with a single firm to take us from open door to closed door is a much more efficient way. You're absolutely right. We'll somewhere in the process of completing all of the scope items in work order 1, we will have answers to those questions. And what we've talked about with Turner and Townsend Heery specifically is not focusing on a single proposal through that planning phase, but similar to what we were talking about with the Parks and Arts Commission earlier, is bring back multiple options with different menu items that could be deliberated among the council.
Yeah, no, and I agree completely that we got to have a project manager. I'm not disputing that, but we need a project manager. I guess my concern, as I mentioned, is not knowing, the specifics of the price or how we're going to pay for it, but also the fact that if we were to announce, let's say, that we're going to make our target 4 to 6 million, or 5 million or whatever, would that have provided us with more options than just Turner and Townsend? And we answered that at the last meeting. We said, we don't know. But one of the feedback points that I was hoping you would share again was one that it was, the response that we got was basically the project wasn't large enough to justify getting involved from another company. Is that right?
So the feedback from that particular vendor was that and remember, this project is itemized in our capital facilities plan. So that number, the feedback we got from that one vendor was that budget is not a project that our company bids on.
Yeah.
We're at a much higher level. And so that wasn't necessarily a knock on our project.
Right.
It was just their business model was focused on much higher valued projects.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And before we move on, Kyle, I know Mayor Pro Tem had asked, follow up on how to pay for it. I know you touched on a little bit at the last meeting. Can you go through a little bit more depth where we're looking at the money coming from? How much are we anticipating to have in the library capital fund by, end of April 25? Are we looking at REIT? Are we looking at general fund? What does that look like at a higher level?
Certainly. Yeah. So library capital, when the lease is up, we'll have about $400,000 in there. And so that's obviously going to be the first to go. That'll be the first for planning and design, all of that. We will essentially exhaust that fund through this process if we do decide to proceed down this route.
Kyle, just real quick, the 400 that you're talking about is revenue we received from the church.
And a balance that we
Yeah,
came into
right.
it with.
That is correct. Yep. So, and then identified in the capital facilities plan, we have about $2.3 million that was going to be some mix of REIT 1 and general fund balance. And so right now our ending balance as of the end of June was about 8.2 million. We plan to end 2024 with somewhere between 7.5 and 8. And so I think we have really identified for the capital facilities plan amount, general fund balance to accommodate that. We have about 2.2 million in REIT 1. REIT 2 is not going to be eligible for this because this is an administrative facility. REIT 2 is really dedicated towards streets and parks. And so, so we have that mix of general fund balance and REIT 1 to make up whatever is going to be this difference if we feel that going out for additional debt is not going to be an option.
Thank you. I think I've got Councilmember Spencer next.
Thank you. So it's kind of downpouring here, so hopefully you're not getting any feedback from that. But so a couple of things. I think from my standpoint, to echo Mayor Pro Tem Cargill's comments, I mentioned in the last meeting I would not be in favor in using debt as a funding mechanism. And I feel like at the outset, we need to, as a council, put together the number that we feel like we want to budget for this project, and then take that to the market and then select a project manager from there. And the other point I wanted to make, and this was brought up at the last meeting, is I feel like we almost need to wait until we know for sure whether we can get a grant, because $2 million is a pretty significant chunk that could pay for everything to bring us up to code, and then whatever we can add to that to do what we want to the building to make it the library. So those are my thoughts, and so I feel like we're almost putting the cart before the horse at this point. I feel like we should as a council establish a budget or a range of sorts and then send that to the market for bid to select a project manager. It may end up being the same firm in this case, but I feel like that's the appropriate step.
Thank you. And just to refresh, Jandy, the grant decision, the initial recommendation is November, but we won't have an answer until we go through budget in 25.
We'll find out if we're on a short list in September.
Okay.
And then it will go to the state budget in January. And
okay. And so that that legislative session goes through the end of April, right? Right. Next year.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a long
But
set.
we'll get a sneak peek in September if we've made the list.
Okay. Just want to make sure I knew the timing. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Kurtz.
So I hear what Councilmember Spencer and Mayor Pro Tem are saying about the cart before the horse. And I think that's the analogy that I used at the last meeting, because I think in order to find out our number, we actually have to have an expert help us understand the costs associated with the plan. We have to have the community engagement, and that's what these people are here to do. We have budgeted for this. It's coming in under budget. And I think that this is the way to get a valid answer of how much it's going to cost, sort of like we did the trailhead, the plan 1, 2, and 3 and 3B or whatever it ended up being. That is what these people are going to do for us, so that we can then pick from it and pick what we're comfortable with as far as how we pay for it. I mean, we're not spending $4 million, $6 million tonight. That's not the decision that's in front of us. The decision is picking someone to help us identify the costs and the plan and the scope. We can't do it without somebody that can help us plan that. That's why we're hiring somebody that's an expert to do that for us. This is one step in the process. We've got lots more steps to go as far as the details of how to pay for it, where that's going to come from. I mean, it sounds like people are not interested in going out to bond. I think a lot of us could agree on that. And we're hearing that we do have money in our budget to do some things. But if we don't have the chance to do the planning and have someone that's an expert give us the number, we're shooting in the dark. I mean, I'm a social worker. I don't know what a library costs. I don't even know what would go in a library. That's why we're paying someone to look at that for us and tell us.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn.
I also believe that the utility of the spend here is to refine and resolve what the cost of the project should be, specifically with the guidance of this council in the instruction of what it should be. So the action of retaining a project manager in the service agreement is to go through an exhaustive discovery to determine what the costs are and then allow this council to make the decisions of what the appropriate costs should be. So I support the measure.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else before I start back around?
Mayor.
Yes.
I think and Mark had it up on the screen. I think it's also worthwhile to keep in mind that there's a 30-day out in the contract. So to the extent that you go through work order number 1 and you're not happy with or want to choose a different path, you can give 30 days notice and terminate the contract. So you're not held to the contract for anything more than that. And I think Jonathan mentioned before with regard to the hourly rate and circumstances as far as what Harry's contract would be that's in there. The council can make a change if they want just after the planning stage. So it's not something that's 12 months, 24 months or something longer to the extent the council wants to do something different.
Okay, hold on. Is there anybody else before we go back around?
I can wait.
Okay. Oh, you can wait. Okay, I had Jed, Councilmember Spencer next.
Okay, are you ready for me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, a couple of comments. So I kind of look at this as, if you're a family planning your next big vacation for the next year, the approach for me would be let's set aside some funds for this or determine how much can we put toward this, and then let's start making the plans. So if we just sit down and say, here's all the fun things we want to do first before coming up with the budget, the likelihood of us putting some of those activities on a credit card in the end is much higher than if we set the budget and move forward from there. With regards to the comments regarding, hey, we need to, hire an expert to guide us through this process to determine, what does a library cost? I would be in favor of perhaps taking a step back and hiring a firm to help us determine what a library would cost so that we figure out an appropriate budget. But at the end of the day, I feel like it is the council's priority or prerogative to determine what that budget is first, and then send that to the market to hire that project manager, and then we move forward. The likelihood of us hitting something close to that target budget, utilizing that process, I think is much higher than if we start by saying, what do we want? And then how do we pay for it?
Just a quick note. So there's a cost associated with that as well. So whether we get the numbers this way with the project manager going through work order 1, you're still if you're trying to get somebody to give you a number, there's design involved, there's programming involved. There's still the money spent to try to get to where you're going, and this gets us to that dollar as part of the process. I did have Councilmember Cargill first, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Kurtz.
Mark, I'm trying to wrap my head around this timeline here. So let's say we were to proceed with this tonight. When would you anticipate, I can't recall if it was on one of your graphics, when would you anticipate we would get, 3 ideas or 3 different proposals back from them?
Evan, can you pull that slide back up? And go to the scope of services in work order number 1. So as you can see in this list of scope of services, that deliverable or that result is going to come out of the delivery method charrette and the develop scope, schedule, and budget item. And so as assuming that the contract is approved and the work order is approved, we would immediately start working with Turner and Townsend Hearing on a schedule. So Jandy, as the project lead, would put her steering committee together, and we would immediately have that conversation, to start developing, and in this case, on item C, the schedule. What does that schedule look like for deriving those answers so that we can bring those options back to council so that they can start then executing those other tasks?
The reason why I'm asking this question is because based on what Jandy is saying about the grant, let's say we get this back within 6 months or so, by January or February. We're still not going to know at that point whether we got the grant or not. It sounds like it could be the end of the legislative session in April.
That's when it will be finalized.
Right,
Yes,
right.
yes.
So basically, I guess my question is, let's say they come back to us and say, okay, here are 3 different options, we're asking you to choose among one of these options. Even at that point, I wouldn't be comfortable choosing because we don't know whether we're going to get the grant or not, or whether it's 100%. Am I not thinking about that the right way?
So at that point, you're right in that we would not know the final answer on the grant, but in our approach to the funding package, the grant is something over and above anything that we would be considering with respect to the scope. The work that Turner and Townsend Hearing would be contracted to do would be to put together a set of options that essentially deliver at various levels a 40-year library to the community.
Understood.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that, let's say they come back and say, okay, option 1 is going to be 3 million, option 2 is going to be 4.5, option 6 or 3 is going to be 6, whatever. What I'm saying is that even at that point, I might want to go with option 3, which is the 6 million, but I might not know at that time whether we're going to get the $2 million grant, right?
That's correct.
So there's going to be, no matter what we do, even if we approve this tonight or whether we don't approve this tonight, there's going to be a lag in that time where theoretically, where they come back to us with the ideas, but we don't know basically what the number is from the grant.
From the grant, that
Yeah.
is correct. Yes.
Lisa's got a comment, looks like.
So one of the things that I want to remind council of is the iterative process we went through with Trailhead. And so this is starting the process. We had a kind of master planning charrette, if you will, but what we got out of that was a very impressionistic painting of what potentially could be. And it was a pretty pie in the sky vision. We started out with workshopping it with city council to try and figure out, so what is a scope that we could live with that would address the essentials, and that is a type of programming. We were programming at that workshop that was led by Chris Johnston, the golf pro. We hired the project manager to then help us get through the process, decide what the process was. We did have a budget, and the budget was a number that was pulled out of thin air. I'm gonna say that.
It was like 8.4 or something.
It was, we went around the room and
Range.
said, what is the number you're comfortable with? And then average those all together.
Well, but some of it was derived based on the debt payment we had prior. to
Yes,
that.
yeah, absolutely. I'm not, but at the end of the day, that is true. But in terms of how that related to what the cost of the improvements were going to be, we were basing it on a 2-year-old study that had happened pre-COVID. And even then it was probably not much more than a swag. But my point being that we started, that the whole concept of programming and developing the scope, schedule, and budget will be an iterative process. One of the things, once we figure out what it is, if when we get more information about that grant, we may say, oh, we didn't get the grant. maybe we want to phase this project. So maybe we'll only do this much now and plan to do this much in the future. That could be one of the options. But as you know, even as we were going through the process at Trailhead, and again, the progressive design bid or the progressive design build process led us down a path where we would have this iterative design process and could then go through the scenarios, looking at realistic costs and whatnot. And even through the course of construction, correct course as we had surprises about unsuitable materials in one case, or in another case, we were able to save some significant cost on HVAC over what we thought we might be able to. So we were able to change course even through the course of that. It's an iterative process. And I think that because of where we're starting with this, we have an even more impressionistic, Monet-esque type of painting about what the community wants for their library, but we haven't even tried to apply it to this specific facility. And so, please understand that the planning process and is going to get us to that initial this is kind of the programming we want to see. And from that, we can make decisions. You can make decisions about budget, and you can make decisions about what procurement process fits best based upon advice of the owner's rep, the program manager. And then there'll still be another level of design and programming. And that's how we programmed, and then we had to fine tune the design. And as the architect was developing the design, we got better numbers and better numbers. And that made us realize that, we have to change here, we have to change there. It was quite an extensive process, if you all remember, and you were on the journey with, as well as I. So, to be too hung up on whether or not we're going to know about the grant, it will still be, we'll know in a timely manner, and you can certainly put the brakes on. We don't have to go to the next level until you're satisfied. We don't even have to go through the whole process if you're not satisfied with what's going on. We certainly don't have to go to the next level, the next task order, until you, City Council, are at a place where you're satisfied with the scope, you're satisfied with the budget, and you're satisfied with the funding mechanism to get there. That makes sense.
Lisa, clarifying question for everybody. So design, bid, build, whichever. So do we still have the process with add alternates, right? So the council could choose, say, middle project B, but okay, well, there are the of adding these things for these extra costs.
Absolutely. Even, and again, we did that, we did that with the Public Works building, if you recall. As we got into it, we were designing it in the same time frame as Trailhead, and we were running into real cost escalations that we're saying, even with giving ARPA money to the Public Works building so that we could really enhance the budget. We broke up, that was a traditional design bid build process. We actually bid it with alternates. So we did just the shell. And then we said, okay, what if we have the mezzanine also? And what does the full build out look like? And there were actually several different, and you council were able to decide how much we could afford to do at that time with the plan for how we could move forward in the future when we had available money. And so so even in a progressive design build, there's the ability to do the phasing and the stages, but absolutely what I think the only way we get to where we need to be in terms of what you council are comfortable with and what the community is comfortable with, what we want and what we can afford, is by going through a scenario process where we look at different alternatives. And then in almost every scenario planning process I've ever undertaken, nobody ever goes with one of the scenarios. It always ends up being a hybrid of the best of the best.
Great. I think I've got Councilmember Kurtz next and then Councilmember Vol.
So I feel like at this point, we've invested $2 million-ish in the building, and we're committed to a library. We invested, I think it was $75-ish thousand on the study. It was before I came on the council, but to the needs assessment, right? To let us know how big of a building we needed for build out, sort of like kind of the overarching scaffolding of what would meet the needs for the community. And I think what we're talking about tonight is just, again, the planning piece, to get all of the parts and pieces into the building, what we want to look at. And I think the trailhead experience is a good thing to lean on, because I think everybody was here. Linda was involved in some of that, but I think everybody was here in some part or piece of that. And I think that one of the things that I appreciated about that process was the ability all along the way to stop, think about what we wanted to do, what the community wanted us to do, how much it was going to cost, what we wanted to pay for, what we didn't want to pay for. And I think that I trust this council to be very cautious and conscientious about how we're spending the taxpayers' dollars. I don't think there's anybody here who's like, we're going to go to bond, or we're going to add a tax, or we're going to do any of those things. I feel like from my experience of everybody here, we are going to look at this hard. We're going to have a lot of hard discussions, and we're going to ask a lot of questions of whoever it is that does that. But I think we can't move forward on the library that we've already invested in. We're going to have an empty building if we don't do something. We're not going to be making money. We're going to just have an empty building. So I don't feel like we're moving forward if we don't move forward with figuring out a plan to deliver the library that I think we all know that we need at some point.
Councilmember Ball, you're next.
So, okay, I just want to be clear, this progressive design build, the way I'm understanding this, as opposed to, build, bid, build, whatever. To me, it's more of a, flexibility. There's more flexibility. Is that accurate?
Yep.
There's absolutely more flexibility.
Okay. And I think that's a good thing, is to lock us into any one, program. And I view this, Turner, Townsend, and Erie, the way I look at it, they're like organizers for us. I don't know how to do a library either. I don't know. I mean, obviously there'll be some kind of a tech lab, the stacks, some children's area, but I mean, this is not, I don't think any of us know how to do that. So I look at these guys as someone to help us organize our thoughts and decide what we want to put in the library and what we want to spend on the library. So, and the other thing that I think would be terribly embarrassing if Legacy's lease were to be up and we haven't gotten very far. So I think we need to get the ball rolling somehow.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments. Couple questions or concerns that I have is that looking at the past, as elected official, I have one major responsibility that is given to me and nothing else. As a council member, and everybody else, I hope, has the same thing, and that is the budget. That is our responsibility, because we're taking our citizens' money and we're making decisions on what we're going to do with that. And I'm always concerned when we move forward and not having a pretty good idea of what that's going to be. With Trailhead, we can call it whatever we want to, but it comes down to spending the citizens' money and how we do that the best way. Before we ever got involved to tear down the building and start with the Trailhead, the discussion came up about the sprinkler system. And we spent a lot of time and effort talking about the sprinkler system there. Do we maintain that, or do we wait until after the building's built? Well, what we looked at is what the cost was going to be and what the advantage would be down the road. And we worked out that with the project manager. I'm 100% in favor we have to have a project manager. I mean, to me, that's not even a discussion item. We're going to get it on it. But what came down to is that it was going to be $1.1 million, I think it was, at least $1 million to the sprinkler system. And the decision, because the council looked at this, is it made sense to go ahead and spend that money, because realizing that when we get into rebuilding Trailhead, that we were going to have to do something with the sprinkler system there. So we had a lot of information before that. When it came to the money we were going to spend on the Trailhead, we had a lot of meetings. My gosh, we had meetings left and right. Brad Hamlet and I, Brad was the only individual who was on the committee of citizens within Liberty Lake. There was 3 of them. He's the only one that showed up at any of the meetings. And it got to the point he wasn't even informed to show up for a meeting. Now, as the council did that for him. But we had going into that, we knew what pretty much the cost was going to be. At our retreat, we decided to spend $6.2 million within a few bucks and not a nickel more. Then we get into it, realizing that inflation hit us. A lot of things were difficult and it did cost us some more. But we're into that building over there, including the driving range, over $8 million now. $8 million into there. And a lot of that came from, well, if we do this now, it'll be that much better. Now, what I've heard is the council can stop this at any time. No, we're not. We're building a library. There is no backing up. There is no way we're going to suddenly get this library to suddenly say, well, we're not going to move forward on that. So let's take that and get that out of this discussion. Let's don't give the hope to the council that if we're not happy with something, we can put skids on this. We're building a library and I want that library, I want it done right on it. My concern comes down to moving ahead without having a better idea what our costs are going to be. And anybody with our own personal budget, we don't go out and buy a new car or anything else without having some idea, one, where the money's coming from and how we're going to pay for it. And do we really need it? I would be more comfortable knowing some idea if we're looking at a $4 million or $5 million expense. When we gave the choice to the citizens to vote on building a new library and put in a pool in, we put a lot of time and effort into getting that information to them. We spent a lot of time and we said, this is what it's going to cost and here's what you're going to get. I don't see that happening right now, and that concerns me. The company we're talking about is critical on helping us to be able to figure out what we need as we move down the road. So I have no challenge with that aspect of it. My real challenge is this, and it's a responsibility issue. And in the contract, says under project description, provides city master planning review as it relates to the city properties, including the library, city hall, and police department. We've never had any discussion about any of those. Well, what is built into this contract is that we would use them from this point forward. And the word that's been used tonight, has been used in the past, is economy of scale. That's a great buzzword. I use it in my business a lot. But it has to do, when you get economy of scale, is through competition. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from, I'm going to guarantee you get the work from this point on. Under, I could be wrong at this, but under RCW 39.35A.030, it talks about performance-based contract. And that's in there. RCW was to protect elected officials not screwing up with your money. That you have to have competitive bids. Even though people in the audience think that's not the way it is, that's the way it is. That's a responsibility that we sport to, is that we would abide by the rules and regulations and the laws of this state. That's what we swore to. I am not comfortable and not able to move forward on a contract with them when we are given a carte blanche. This company will have exclusive from now going on city properties, including the library, city hall, and police department. And what we're going to discuss later on tonight will be workshop things in the future. One thing we have on here with no date is library space. What are we going to do with the existing library space? And the other thing is library project budget. And Mark is on the list to discuss that. But these are two things that have a lot to do with how we move forward and determine what our costs are going to be. If those are on our future council or discussion, because we don't know what that answer is. One, tonight, we need a project manager. That's a given for me. But I cannot support that this project manager is going to be doing anything more than this particular project. When it comes to police department, which we've never talked about, ever, has never come into this application on it. I don't see how we can suddenly throw that in along with the library, existing library space and saying that they're going to be picked to move forward. That I have a challenge with. Thank you.
Lisa, I can't, the years kind of run together on me. I can't remember, were you here when I don't think you were here when we worked on the community center library pool thing.
I was not here. It
Okay.
happened just before I got
Okay.
here. I've heard the stories.
Okay, so the reason I brought that up is because the city spent money, council's approval, to get that designed, to have the community outreach, to come to that initial, in whatever year that was, to $13 million bond request. So we went through the exercise with the community input, with the designer, got the bids, got to 13 million. And then we went out for bond, and obviously it didn't pass. Am I
But
remembering that correctly?
You are remembering that correctly, and it was precisely that experience that Katie and I recommended that we go through this progressive design build process.
Right, for when we, yes,
Yes,
exactly.
and
So, yeah.
to avoid exactly that situation, I will make the point too, for what it's worth, that this is a professional service agreement. It's qualifications based. There is no bidding involved. Again, by controlling the task orders, you actually get to control how far they get involved in each of these projects, how far they go. The only economies of scale that we were actually really talking about had nothing to do with the project manager. What it had to do with was bundling the projects of the library renovation and the PD library facility renovation, and into those questions, what do we do with it if we reorganize PD in a way that we really maximize the space, because there's a lot of wasted space in there, and we have some space left over, what do we do with it, and can we use it to apply to some of the challenges we have, i.e. that we have no more offices for new staff to sit at in City Hall, A, and B, we don't have enough room for our council meetings. So those were just possibilities. The intent with this is that they would actually be able to put some pencil to paper and give us some basis for having some workshops about what potential options would be with those spaces. The economy is bundling the renovations, et cetera, together, whether we're doing a traditional design bid build, or whether we're doing a progressive build or any other of the alternate delivery methods.
Yeah.
That's where the economy of scale is to be found.
Well, and then, and real quick, so just to add on to that, just, you obviously, you pointed out that this is a professional services agreement. It's not a low bid. It's based on qualifications. Next would come the interviews and the going out to find a general contractor / architect team, which is this process that we went through with Trailhead. We had, I think, 4 or 5 teams that provided a written proposal. Those got scored. Then they came in and they interviewed. Those got scored. And that's how we ended up with Boughton Construction Architects West. Then they go out for the bids, which then, so depending on what process the council chooses, there is a bid process, as was discussed earlier, and that's where that comes in.
So if you would look, hold on, Lisa, if you would look at the scope of services on scope item E, manage RFP and negotiate contract. So Turner, in this case, Turner and Townsend Heery would be managing a request for proposal for a design and construction firm that would be competitively bid. That's what they would be tasked to do as part of the planning phase that would then be executed in a future work order that council would be required to approve with a scope, a schedule, and a budget.
Go ahead, as your follow-up, go ahead, Councilman Kennedy.
I could not agree with you more. That's exactly what we're hiring them for. I understand that. And that's why we need a project manager to do it. That's never been the issue. Never been the issue for me. The issue comes down to, reiterate it maybe in a different way. We are going to go with this company because we had to open it up for what? Competitive bids.
There was no bid.
There's
That-
no, it's
not a bid
request for,
process.
for qualifications. It's not even, they don't even give you a proposal.
Thank you.
It's a
Okay,
request
so let
for
me back away-
qualifications.
Let me back away from the bids, is that we had to open it up for any company who wanted to be project manager. Very good. Okay, clarification. That was the process. Now, to me, the process is on this library and nothing more. Not the existing library, not the police department, not anything in the future. Each of those has to stand on their own as far as I'm concerned. That part of the contract, I can't go along with. Everything else, happy camper. The idea of the $2 million we applied for, if we get it, great. If not, I don't care. You know why? We're going to build up the library. That's a given. Don't sit here and think that this council is going to sit here and go, well, I don't think we want to do that as time goes on. That's why we're over $2 million budget over on Trailheads, a combination of inflation and coming in and saying, well, we could do this if it costs a little bit more. What happened, we ended up with less space for our citizens than what was originally planned, and we told the citizens what they were going to get. I don't want that to happen in the library.
I think you're misunderstanding what the scope of the facilities master plan is. Sean, would you mind clarifying that clause in the contract that Councilmember Kennedy read so that we're on the same footing?
I don't have my copy of it right here, so how about I look at it and then I'll answer that question. So then continue and then I'll take a look at it.
Very good. Thank you.
Can I jump in, Mayor?
Yeah. Oh, actually, you can give me
Yeah.
just 2 seconds. My suggestion to Councilmember Kennedy would be if there's something in the contract that you're not comfortable with, when we get to that action item, that would be a time to make a motion for a change. I only have to work. Go ahead, Councilman.
I just want to hopefully put a bow on this. I think everyone at this table agrees that we need a project manager. It's not a question. I think we all need, or all see the need for that. I think, at least from my perspective, everyone agrees that we're probably going to go with progressive design build because it's going to be perhaps the most efficient. I think the questions that some of us are having troubles with is, one, the timing. Two, are we comfortable going forward with the only company that put in an RFQ? And in other words, should we demand more companies be putting in an RFQ? Should we change the process whereby we get more responses? And then three, are we comfortable going into it without even having an iota of target or plan in terms of what we're comfortable with for cost? I think those are the three things that we're tripping up on. Personally, I would like to see more than one. Townsend and can't even remember their, this company may be the company that we go with, but it was the only company that put in a bid. So, or excuse me, an RFQ, not a bid, an RFQ. So how do we know if they're the best company? We've had a little bit of experience with them because they're the ones that helped us with Trailhead, but maybe there's another one out there that we just didn't get because of many different reasons. And I'm not comfortable with just going with the one because they're the only one who bid or put in the RFQ. I also wish we, as a council, could come in and say, okay, we're going to set a target of 3 to 5 million or whatever, so that we at least have a little bit of pathway on what we're looking at. I think that worked out, even though I wasn't a big fan of it. I think that worked out well for Trailhead, and I wish we could do that on this as well.
I don't think there's anything stopping the council from, setting a parameter, is there?
No, in fact, that's what the tasks in work order 1 will explicitly do.
Well, but the reason why I say I wish we could do that and then open the RFQ back up so that maybe other companies would see, hey, it's going to be a larger contract than we perhaps thought it was going to be, or it's going to be a larger project than perhaps we thought it would be. And then maybe that would have resulted in another company or two putting in an RFQ.
And let me, I don't mean to keep beating a dead or appearing to beat a dead horse. Whether at that point, whether it was Turner and Townsend Heery or someone else, their earning is going to be exactly the same.
Right.
The only thing that will change is what they go out through managing the RFP and negotiating the contract through a competitive process and hire an architect and a GC to deliver the rest of the project. So that's where the competition, that's where the multiple bidders come in to provide the cost competitiveness. It's not on the project management side. The project management is a time and materials contract. It's a professional services contract that is paid an hourly rate to the project manager for executing these scope items.
Understood completely. All I'm saying is that we don't know if we would have received other RFQs and if other RFQs would have been better than Townsend.
Well, there were, what'd you say, 15 that looked at it? Am I getting that number right?
So there were 15 firms that at least viewed the RFQ on Abaddon. But at the bottom line, only one submitted a statement of qualifications.
All right, so Councilmember Baldwin, I'd like to wrap, we still have city business to do and it's 20 till 10. Go ahead.
So if nobody else responded to the requests for RFQs and you worked with these guys before, I don't see the problem with hiring them. And as you said, it's on an hourly basis and we have 30 days to get out of the contract. We've got to start somewhere because, we are not builders or architects. We don't know. We need somewhere to start. So that's just how I feel.
Sorry. Hold on, give us just a second. All right, so if there's no other comments, I totally lost my agenda now. Let me flip over to that.
I think Jed had one more comment.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Spencer, you got your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I would propose that place start is that the council decides on a rough budget, and then we send out the RFQ to hire a project manager. And I will echo what others have said. There's no question that we need a project manager, but I think we need to, as a council, determine what a rough budget is going to be and how we estimate that we are going to fund that budget. And then we put the RFQ out.
Jandy, real quick, since you haven't had a chance.
The only thing that I would add about the RFQ process was that we did have our steering committee of 7 individuals, and the average score for Townsend and Heery was 190 out of 200. So to me, if the council can do what they wish, but if we go back out for bids and then we get someone who's 190 and 192 or 180 or 175, to me, the experience that Townsend has with Jonathan working as the project manager previously would weigh most in my favor of what I would want. So it's up to you what you want to do, but I think having experience with someone is worth $1 million.
Known entity. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting and then I have a question.
Okay, to what time?
10:30.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right, we are extended to 10:30.
Okay, my question is, if we're looking at starting over, what does that timeline look like? How does that compare to everything else? And if we just pick $4.5 million tonight, it seems like it's an uneducated guess. that would make us feel better because we have a budget, but it's not based on any data. It's not based on any expertise that we have, that I'm aware of. So I guess my question is, the process through the PRC, the process, what's the time frame? How long do we have to put out the RFQ for if we said $4.5 million total?
We would have to undertake the same process that we undertook to publish the RFQ for this. So you're looking at a minimum of 4 weeks for prep and advertising, another, say, 3 for evaluation and decision. So 2 months.
At least.
And does that put us past the process for the PRC?
Yes, but I wouldn't look at that deadline anyway, because we wouldn't know if we were gonna go before them until we were through the planning phase anyway.
All right, I'll make sure I'm not missing. Oh, okay.
Question mark. I thought I remember seasonality being an important part of that PRC, like time of year as gesture.
So I think the last meeting of the year is December, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm more referring to construction contracts and bidding. If there's a time of year, I guess, that's favorable and unfavorable to.
Oh,
execute.
Lisa may have some insight on it.
So typically you want to have your bidding done late fall, early winter and really not waiting until spring or summer because it's just really hard to get contractors. So there is that piece of it, but I'm not sure what the schedule is right now. So it's really hard to say if that's going to impact us. One of the things that I will say, one downside of going out for another round of requests for qualifications is we may lose a very, very qualified firm and they may not be willing to submit again. There's quite a cost associated with preparing statements of qualifications and going through the interviews process. And so
They may be awarded another project. In the meantime, they may not be available. Right. Councilmember Kurtz.
If they went through the process again, they submitted again, and they were the only ones again, would we have to go through the whole process again, or could we rely on the process we used originally?
My recommendation would be, once you start the process, you need to complete it. Yep.
Okay, can we move on from the workshop to general business? We have the action items coming up later. Not hearing any opposed, we will move on to general business consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve general business consent agenda items 10A and B.
We have a second?
Second.
And a second from Councilmember Dunn. All in favor of approving general business consent agenda items A and B, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, not hearing any, motion passes unanimously. All right, general business action items. Well, okay, you can't move it if you're gonna vote again.
I know.
Do we have some, and trying to read your mind, do we have somebody who'd like to move agenda action item A?
Say
Somebody
again,
who's-
please.
If the only, you can only move a motion, an action item if you're going to, if you're in favor.
I move we authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Turner, Townsend, and Heary for project management services for the library renovation.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Ball and a second by Councilmember Dunn. Any further discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that the contract be adjusted. And it would be on page A1, specifically under project description 1.
Hold on, we're gonna get this
Okay.
pulled back up first, city attorney here. Let me get there. A1, we found it before. Hold on.
Under project description.
Thank you.
So that's in the work order.
Oh, it's a work.
I was gonna say, that's what I wanted
Okay.
to ask, because I think it's in the scope of services, right?
Work order 1.
Okay,
We're not voting on a work order
Right.
tonight.
so would you like to rescind the motion? Because that would be
There's-
applied to the
there's no
next
second
one.
yet, So.
I'm sorry, say again.
The item you're asking about is actually in the work order.
So the first, the standpoint of the agreement is, I'll call fairly benign relative to its length and terms. The meat of, I'll call the overall project of the work to be done by Erie is in the work order. And I think the language that you're referencing with regard to the police department, city hall is in the work order, which would be
B.
11B. So not in the agreement itself. So to the extent that you want to make that change as this motion, it would apply to the work order and not necessarily the agreement.
And at what point would we bring that up?
So just with an 11B, the next action item.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Make sure. Oh, yes, that's what quarter one, number one. I just want to verify before you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, for the,
There wasn't set, right?
no, for,
I made the motion.
no, for the main amendment.
Yeah,
We don't
okay.
have a
I'm talking about
second.
times.
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
okay.
okay.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yes.
Sorry. This is a hell of a predicament. So, I mean, I wish I knew how the vote was going to go on B before I was being asked to vote on A. Because, and this is not something that anybody can change, but it does potentially impact one or the other. So I'm just trying to think out loud here, I guess.
And I have a question that's in the same
Yeah, go ahead,
vein,
Councilmember Curtis.
because, sorry, I didn't want to recognize. Councilmember Kennedy, you said that your main concern about moving forward tonight, you were on board with the project management idea, thought we needed one, but your concern was more about the scope.
Correct.
So I think that's sort of my question is, if you're okay with the project management, and then if we are able to look at that piece that you're concerned about in the work order, I mean, is that something you're comfortable going forward with?
Said that several times.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mark, obviously, I think the work order was put together by staff and Erie in conjunction with the project overall.
Correct.
Is there a process for the council to approve the agreement, which is 11A? And then to the extent that they want to have changes or discuss the work order in more detail, they can do that.
Absolutely. No,
So you could approve the agreement. All you've done is approve an agreement, and then knowing that nothing happens until you have a work order. So to the extent that you want to address just the work order and the scope of services, you could do that at a later date. 11B, and address that to the point where you're comfortable with what that work order looks like, and then move forward with that. But at least you've approved a project agreement, and then you can work on exactly what you want that work order to be if you're not comfortable with the way it is this evening.
Go ahead.
But we are voting on 11B tonight, which is the work order in question.
Yes, it's on the agenda, but just with anything, you can move it. And if you want to have further discussion at a later date, you could do that. I don't think that's the recommendation necessarily from staff, but to the extent that I think the answer, Councilmember Cargill's issue is, I'd like to know what the answer to B is before doing A. Well, if you can adjust B, the work order, to where you're comfortable with it, then you can move forward with that at a different time. And you don't necessarily have to wait another 2 months to go through the process. Maybe you do that at the next meeting and you can address the concerns. I'm just giving an option that you can still approve the agreement, but nothing happens until a work order is performed, because the agreement provides that only work gets done if you approve a work order, which the council has to approve that work order. So to the extent that, and I'll use this, Mike, for you, you want to make a change in the work order. You want to remove some language from the work order. So rather than if you want to do that, you can make a motion to move this work order to a different meeting to address the concerns that council members may have within that work order, to get it the way they want the work order to be moving forward. And then you can make that change and then approve a work order. You've already got the agreement approved, presumably, and then the project can move forward with the planning stage. Again, just an option.
Question for clarification, I hope here. If we were to approve A,
Can you get closer to your mic, please?
Mike,
Mike.
Mike.
if we were to approve A, is there any part of approving A which leans towards pointing them to cover everything in the future, such as the library, police department, so.
I would say the answer is no, because that is in the work order number 1. So the language that you're seeking to remove is part of 11B. So if you approve 11A, there's not an issue with addressing your concern. You can address that either tonight or you can address it at a later date if that's the council's
We're
prerogative.
gonna continue on with B tonight.
That's up to the council.
Right. Thank you.
All right, so back on 11A. It looks like Councilmember Spencer has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to speak against the motion. We took an RFQ in which I understand that we went to the market with 2 million, 2.1, somewhere in there. In hearing back from Heery, in order to do a progressive design build, it's probably going to be a minimum of 4 million. In my opinion, we did not go to the market with a realistic number. And so I feel like we took a few steps too soon, and that we need to go back to the process of establishing a budget, sending out an RFQ, and then of course we will hire a project manager.
All right, and I would ask, I know we had a very lengthy discussion during workshop, but if we can, I think we've heard everybody. So unless you have something new to add in essence of time, that'd be great. So if there's no further comments on 11A, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Those in favor of approving 11A, please say aye. Actually, raise your hand so I can get a 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Okay. Sounds good. All right, all those opposed? Raise your hand, please. Okay, I think Councilmember Spencer, I see your hand up. You're blocked by the so motion passes 5-2. All right, thanks, everybody. All right, item 11B. We have somebody in favor who can motion this.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, yes.
I move work order number 1 to the project management services agreement between Harry and the city.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Cargill. All right, now discussion. Go ahead, Councilmember. I think actually I heard Councilmember Cargill.
Oh, I was gonna say I could motion to approve it
Oh,
because
okay, all right, great. Go ahead, Councilmember Kennedy.
Well, I'm back to make a motion that we eliminate under project description under 1, provide city master planning review as it relates to the city properties, including the library, city hall, and police department.
Just for clarity, hold on, I'm getting there.
That's okay.
So for clarity, that is page 42 in our agenda under work order number 1, effective date June X. That will be updated if this is approved and we sign it. And it is under section 1. It's the first bullet point.
Correct.
So you would like to remove the words city hall and police department? Is that the motion?
No, remove all of that.
The entire bullet point.
Pardon?
The entire bullet point.
Yes.
Oh,
Because once again, city master plan is approving what I have a concern with.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was jumping to the different
That's okay.
facilities, not the first part of
Not a
it.
problem.
Okay, so the motion is to remove the first bullet point under section 1 of work order number 1, which currently reads, provide city master planning review as it relates to the city properties, including the library, city hall, and police department. Do we have a second to that motion?
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So this discussion is on this change. And I'm going to try to flip back so I can see Councilmember Spencer. Do we have any discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Quick question, Sean. So since we are taking the language out under this motion that says including the library, does that prevent us from using this for the library?
Well, I'll defer to Mark relative to what that exactly means in that provision. I think the answer is probably no, but I don't want to say it with regard to what the planning purpose is.
If you look at the second bullet point, it does call out the new public public library project, but I'll let Mark answer.
So project description, item 1, bullet 1 is specifically related to the master facility planning effort, which is designed to provide an assessment of the city's facility needs through build out. So it would be removing that entire effort out of the work order.
But it's not gonna put a hamper on doing something, on proceeding with the library project.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, any further, one? Just to make sure I can see everybody. Go ahead, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. What it does, correct me if I'm wrong, it puts the city back into how we deal with project managers and everything, is that we open it up when we start looking at any other building or facility within Liberty Lake proper. Just like we ended up with the company we have tonight.
Well, in my opinion, you ultimately will work your way towards that at some point. With regard to this, you're just taking out a scope of work that Heery was going to perform as it relates to master planning and the particular facilities. You're asking them not to perform that function.
Right.
Otherwise, everything else that they would put together is for planning purposes relative to the library under this work order, and that would be it. And one of those functions as a part of that work order is performing this master planning, which you've asked for them to remove.
Okay, so again, we're still on this wording change part of the discussion. Councilmember Ball.
Did Lisa, is she still here?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you say though, by having it all bundled together, the two buildings, library, police, I mean, we get a better deal, there's economies of scale there, right?
We would get a better deal when we get to the, whether it's design, bid, build, or progressive, when we go out for the construction of that for
Yeah.
sure, and also likely for the design of it, and that would be done by different firms, so yes. But I would say that there's nothing that would prevent council at some later date from, once we figure out where you're going with the library, to add that piece under a separate work order. Is that fair, Mark?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely, because we would have to, if it's removed here, we would have to go back and find someone else to do it anyway. Because it's budgeted and planned this year.
But wouldn't that add additional time to the whole
Yes.
thing? Yeah. Okay.
But we don't have any timeline on yet on when anything needs to be done to the police/old library.
Correct,
building. Right.
and just to clarify, that's not what this task
Yes.
does. It doesn't
Right.
build anything. It doesn't
Right.
design anything. It's a master facilities planning effort. It tells us, based on our projected growth, what type of facilities and how many of them we need for our build-out state. As you heard Lisa say earlier, we are not hiring employees because we have nowhere to sit them right now. And so this is of paramount importance. That's why it's budgeted and programmed this year.
It's also necessary as part of the scope for our comprehensive plan periodic update. That's a hard and fast deadline.
Lisa, when is that deadline?
So the comprehensive plan periodic update has to be adopted by June 30th of 2026. But we really have to finish the plan parts of it, because we have to go through SEPA and we have to go through public hearings. We have to go through Commerce Department reviews, which is their 60-day review and whatnot. So probably 5 months of the year in 2026. We're going to need to be working towards that adoption. So I really need like the answers to plug into the capital facilities plan and to plug into our comprehensive plan by January of 2026.
Councilmember Kurtz.
And just want to confirm that the master facilities plan is budgeted for this year. We're
Yes.
supposed to do that work
Yes,
this year.
yes.
Okay, all right, if there's no other comments, I will go ahead and take the vote. And again, the vote is on the removal of this language as motioned by Councilmember Kennedy and seconded by Councilmember Cargill. All those in favor of removing that language under the first bullet in section 1 of work order 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? 2, and I'm.
Mayor, we appear to be having connectivity issues with Councilmember Spencer as well.
Of course we are. Okay, so let's try this again. Raise your hand if you're in favor of the removal of the language. I just wanted 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 4. Okay, and so it's not going to make a difference. So those opposed, I know we have 2. And then since we maybe have lost Councilmember Spencer, we will call it approved at 4-2. Are you back?
Sorry, my connection has just been terrible the last couple minutes, but yeah, I would be opposed.
Okay, so 4-3. Okay, so motion passes 4-3 to remove that language. Now we are back to the motion to now approve work order 1 as amended, correct? Okay, all right, so any further discussion on work order 1 as amended? Okay, I will take that silence. All right, so those in favor of approving work order number 1 as amended, please say aye and hold your hands up so I can see. And any opposed? All right, looks like motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Spencer opposed. All right, thank you, everybody, for getting through that. All right, I know.
Mayor, I'll make
long
a-
discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve general business item 11C, the July 2nd, 2024 vouchers.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I assume Councilmember Kennedy has a question since he's the one who asked to move this.
Pardon?
You had asked to move 10C to 11C with regards to vouchers. Did you have a question?
Yes, I was bringing it up here so I would have it. This would be for Kyle. Kyle, the question for the benefit of our citizens, item number 3490, $111,725,000 for the storefront entrance and stuff at the library. That was a replacement of all the windows, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Replacement windows at the PD and library building.
Right, once again, clarification for our citizens. And then down on item 3496, there was the boom lift training. And once again, for the benefit of our citizens, we took the cost of that and split it 3 ways. Because the trailhead would use it, let's say 1/3 of the time, Parks and Art would use it for 1/3 of the time, and capital expenditure use it for 1/3 of the time. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that was split evenly between streets, golf operations, and general fund for parks.
Very good, thank you.
All right. All right, if there's no further questions, those in favor of approving item 11C for the vouchers in the amount of $1,208,798.60, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0 as I flip back and forth here. All right, we're up to council comments. Item 12. Does anybody have anything to comment on that we haven't already discussed tonight?
Yeah.
Not hearing any?
Nope.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Ball.
I'll make it quick just because of the time, but that's what my comments about is the time. At the retreat, we did discuss potentially having a 3rd meeting each month which would basically replace the workshops.
So if you want to hold that until we get to future workshops.
Oh, okay.
All right, any other council comments before I move on? All right, we don't have any public hearings or appeals. We don't have any resolutions. We have no ordinances. We have no emergency ordinances. Introduction of upcoming agenda items. So if you will turn to the workshop list, we have put on the schedule for July 16th at the 6 p.m. workshop, council committees and rules of procedure, which would include, Linda, any change to the schedule for the meetings and whatnot. And also ordinance review and policy oversight. So we have those scheduled for the 6 o'clock workshop on the 16th. And then after that, we still have some TBD. And we also have, obviously, we have a couple things already scheduled for August 6th. So we'll continue to move through this, but we do have our next 2 meetings with longer workshops. Mayor Pro Tem.
Two questions. One, can we add a workshop? Mark and I actually discussed this a little bit in the hall about the trying to come up with a dedicated funding source for art projects in the city. So I'm wondering if we should add that as I'm not sure when we can
We
do
could
it,
put
maybe
as-
September.
But yeah, well, before budget.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, no, not
yeah.
necessarily, because it would be project specific, but yeah, we will get that on the list.
Okay, and then Mayor, you brought up an issue about public comment rules.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it might be a good opportunity for us to revisit our public comment rules at some time as well. The couple of the concerns that you brought up were ones that I was thinking of, and then a third one that it doesn't happen often, but it does happen in the past where people come up and they say, I'm here to read a comment on behalf of so-and-so. And I'm just wondering if we ought to be a little more cautious about whether people are allowed to come up and read a comment on behalf of so-and-so, because so-and-so may not know that they're here
Yes.
reading a comment on behalf of them.
True.
So,
And actually those rules are part of the rules of procedure.
Yeah.
So I would say that would be a good point to
Okay.
discuss that during our July 16th meeting.
okay.
Okay, any other, Councilmember Kennedy? Jeez, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the items that was on here to be determined, Kramer Parkway overpass signage that I had, I'd like to remove that. Because with Parks and Art tonight, I was able to make the point that I would like to see them move ahead on. Do some research there. I think we can take that off of there.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
And I don't know if this makes more sense to bring it before September 10th or hold it until after September 10th, but to remind the council, particularly related to the item that Mayor Pro Tem just discussed, at the Transparency Act Town Hall, one of the agenda items is to discuss public comment and kind of how that's all structured. And so whether you want to have this conversation before that or after that, I'll leave that up to you, but reminding you that that's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And also I do see we have presentation length. That's actually also called out in our rules of procedure, so we may be able to combine that as well. I forgot what it says in the rules of procedure. I think it says 15 minutes, so that's something else we can also revisit. And I suspect that conversation will go on longer than one workshop. Councilmember Kurtz.
So the rules of procedure, I feel like probably might deserve its own workshop. I don't know that we will accomplish a ton in the 45-50 minutes. And so I would like to consider that if we're talking about maybe workshops on off nights, that whole discussion, maybe doing that on one of those. So we have that concentrated, because what I remember from going through the rules of procedure before is it was quite tedious.
Right.
And I don't know that the hour's going to cut it.
Okay. Either we can either do a part one or we can look at that, but I know I was just reading through it earlier today. And it may be easier to get through this time than it was last time, but we'll see how we can handle that. Mike.
Thanks, Chris. If memory serves me, that review, I think we did over 2 meetings.
I think we did it over a few and it was like tedious red lines on the screen,
Right.
like really having good discussion. But I think we're also adding some things like, so
I agree. I think it was tedious, but I also think it was extremely effective.
Yes.
Because it got all the council familiarized with ordinance resolution policy procedures. And if you have some concerns, bring it up. If not, forever hold your peace.
Yeah. So I would kind of expect this to go, we go through it all together, section by section. And make notes as to, things that we might want to adjust, and then we can come back with some proposals on what that might look like. So again, maybe a part 1 and part 2 might be better because it gives staff and us and myself time to look through that again to see, and Sean a chance to read through it for legality purposes. So let's think about that.
And since we're previewing July 16th.
Yes.
I was just gonna say if one of the things I was going to propose for the conversations that we've had is creating that ordinance committee. So if there are certain people on the council who would like to serve on that, let me know and we can start to put that together.
I would as well. Thank you, Annie and Chris. And unless there's somebody else as an alternate, we might want to set up an alternate.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that next time. Okay. Moving forward, citizen comments. All right, so for there's nobody from the public left here in City Hall. Please make note of that. If there's anybody online who would like to make a citizen comment, please send a note to our meeting host in the chat function, and we will have you make your comment. We'll give you a very short time span to do so.
We've lost everybody online.
Everybody, we have nobody left online either. Okay. All right, we know how to run them off.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to move executive session item 19 to the July 16th meeting.
And that was at the suggestion of our city attorney. They're not time sensitive. So do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any of,
Hi.
okay, I think that was an opposed, no, kidding, just to say it. Okay, so barring any other business before the council, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.